dad actually passed away 6 7 years.
Please take your seats, audience.
ठीक है आपने बोला था पढ़ने का बाहर से बोला
Audience, I request you to please settle down so that we can commence. Audience, I request you to please maintain decorum in the venue. Please settle down. Volunteers, please see to it that the audience is well settled and we're about to commence. As the first rays of morning light grace our gathering, we find ourselves standing on the precipice of a truly significant moment. It is both my honor and delight to extend a cordial and lively welcome to our distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests, respected faculty members, representatives from various institutions across the state, TiE chapter members, honorable deans, and heads of various departments and faculties. Additionally, I extend a warm welcome to the participating students from Integral University and other institutions from across the state of Uttar Pradesh. My name is Guncha Khan, and I'm a student from the Faculty of Education. Today, I am privileged to be your host for this momentous occasion. With genuine warmth, I welcome you all as we convene for a comprehensive masterclass on organizing sales to grow and go-to-market strategy, a collaborative effort by TiE Lucknow and the Center for Incubation and Entrepreneurship Development under Integral Startups Foundation, Integral University, Lucknow. Today, Integral University stands as a leading institution nestled in the capital city of Lucknow. The university proudly boasts an A+ accreditation from NAC and holds recognition from the Scientific and Industrial Research Organization under the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. The Center for Incubation and Entrepreneurship Development under Integral Startups Foundation is an integral part of Integral University dedicated to fostering and accelerating innovative startups and entrepreneurs. Serving as a launchpad for aspiring visionaries, CIED provides a nurturing environment where ideas evolve into successful ventures. Supervising a portfolio of 21 incubated startups, CIED is dedicated to nurturing a resilient and thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem. This includes a cohort of 21 incubatees and 21 pre-incubatees, collectively contributing to the dynamic landscape of innovation and sustainable business development. Emphasizing the empowerment of women entrepreneurs, CIED recognizes their pivotal role and provides support in various forms, including facility space, office equipment, research labs, business assistance, mentoring, networking opportunities, access to capital, and technical resources. Now, shifting our focus to the other key partner organization orchestrating this event, let's delve into the essence of TiE Lucknow. TiE, which is an acronym for the Indus Entrepreneurs, is a world's largest entrepreneurship non-profit organization. Originating in Silicon Valley in 1992, it was founded by leading entrepreneurs in the Indus region. With a global presence encompassing 62 plus chapters in 20 plus countries, TiE is dedicated to nurturing entrepreneurship. Its multi-faceted approach involves providing education, funding, mentorship, and incubation facilities to entrepreneurs. As we proceed, it is imperative that we extend our gratitude to our distinguished guests for gracing us with their presence today. In this gesture of appreciation, we would like to express our heartfelt thanks by presenting bouquets to our esteemed guests. I would kindly request the student volunteers, Harshita Tripathi and Aksha Khan, to step forward and assist in presenting the bouquets as intimated. Allow me to commence by introducing our esteemed resource person for the day, Mr. Kiran Deshpande, sir, former CEO of Tech Mahindra, TiE Global Member, and Director of 14 Shapes. We extend our heartfelt gratitude by presenting this bouquet as a small token of appreciation, sir. It is our utmost pleasure to welcome the Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Syed Nadeem Akhtar, sir, an alumnus of IIT Kanpur and a Nehru Fulbright Fellow. We express our gratitude by presenting this bouquet as a humble token of appreciation, sir. We are equally honored to welcome Mr. Sachin Sani, sir, President of TiE Lucknow and founder of Heroes Superfoods. We extend our appreciation by presenting this bouquet, sir. Audience, can we please hear it a little louder from you? Thank you so much. We are delighted to have Ms. Simran Sani, ma'am, a distinguished nutritionist and entrepreneur, co-founder of Health Zone Wellness Private Limited and Heroes Superfoods. Selected for the prestigious 2020 Fortune US Department of State Global Women's Mentorship, ma'am's contributions are truly commendable. We are also privileged to have Professor Mohammad Haris Siddiqui, sir, the Registrar of Integral University, Lucknow, with us today. Sir, please accept this bouquet as an expression of our gratitude for your dedicated contributions. Thank you. Now, thank you so much, everyone. Before we proceed, let's immerse ourselves in the essence of journey of Integral University through the harmonious cadence of our university Tarana. हम ताज हैं मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम पहले अजम शुमे की हामी हक हम अपने करम हम ताज हैं मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम हम ताज हैं मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अपने करम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अपने करम हम ताज हैं मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम हम ताज हैं मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अपने करम कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अपने करम मोहम्मद ने सफर सीनों में लिए हाथों पे लिए सहबाए हरम शाही की तरह कौसारों पर रखते हैं हमेशा अपने कदम आगोश हिमालय में हमसे खाइफ है अज़ल से अहल सितम हम इल्म अमल की शम्मा है हम इल्म अमल की शम्मा है हम मखज़न हक हमारे कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अपने करम कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अपने करम हम ताज हैं मुल्को मिल्लत
के हम फखरे माला फखरे अजम, हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फखरे माला फखरे अजम। अहले कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम, अहले कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम। हम शम्मे अदब के परवाने, हम इल्म अमल के दीवाने। ये बज़्म है इल्म वफ़ा की, इस बज़्म के हम हैं मुस्ताने। हम शाम सहर पी लेते हैं सहबा के पैमाने। हमसे है सुरूर और मस्तियों में, हमसे है सुरूर और मस्तियों में, हम खुद है मुजस्सम। कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम, कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम। हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फखरे माला फखरे अजम, हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फखरे माला फखरे अजम। कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम, कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम। ये रहमत है का मरकज़ है, ये इल्म अदब का गहवारा। हर फूल यहाँ का गुलशन है, हर पल यहाँ का तैयारा। ये मरकज़ एक समंदर है, हर शोबा हुनर का एक धारा। ये मेहर मोहब्बत का मरकज़, ये मेहर मोहब्बत का मरकज़, साइंस व अदब का मीनारा। कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम, कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम। हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फखरे माला फखरे अजम, हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फखरे माला फखरे अजम। कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम, कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम। एजाज बुलंदी इंटीग्रल हर सुबह रहे हर शाम रहे, फर्जंद तेरा हर शोबे में कोई न कभी नाकाम रहे। तेरा फर्ज हो सारे आलम पर, मिल्लत पे तेरा इनाम है। दुनिया में रहे हम या न रहे, दुनिया में रहे हम तेरा नाम रहे। कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम
Proud to be integral, proud to be integral, proud to be integral, proud to be integral.
ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फखरे माला फखरे अजम, हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के हम फखरे माला फखरे अजम। कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम, कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम। कलम शम्मे की हामी हक हम अबर करम।
Following this, please allow me to introduce Dr. Nida Fatima Ma'am, a distinguished professional holding the position of Director at the Center for Incubation and Entrepreneurship Development under Integral Startups Foundation. A PhD holder in bioengineering, Ma'am is celebrated for her impactful role in nurturing agri and health startups in Uttar Pradesh, earning her the prestigious 2023 Excellence Award from the Lucknow Tribune. She has contributed to pivotal projects at CSIR, National Botanical Research Institute, and Jamia Hamdard. Without further ado, I'd like to request ma'am to kindly take the podium and deliver the welcome address. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Greetings and a very pleasant morning. Esteemed dignitaries, Mr. Kiran Deshpande, founder 14 Trees, former CEO of Tech Mahindra, Honorable Pro-Chancellor of Integral University, Dr. Syed Nadeem Akhtar, the Registrar, Professor Harith Siddiqui, Mr. Sachin Sahni, President of TiE Lucknow Chapter, Charter and Associate Members of TiE, Ms. Simran Sahni, Co-founder, Hero Superfoods and Secretary, FICCI Flow, Lucknow Chapter. Professor Abdul Rahman Khan, Controller of Examination, Professor Akhil Ahmed Saab, Advisor to Honorable Chancellor, Professor Wahazul Haq, Dean Doctoral Studies, Professor T. Usmani, Dean Engineering, esteemed directors, heads, and faculty members from institutions across Uttar Pradesh, and our exceptionally bright and enthusiastic participating students from various institutions across the state. I extend a profound and heartfelt welcome to each of you on this auspicious occasion. Today, we congregate for a truly momentous event, an extraordinary gathering that holds the promise of unveiling novel pathways to success for aspiring entrepreneurs and business enthusiasts alike. Our focus centers around a topic that lies at the very core of every thriving enterprise: the art and science of orchestrating sales, growth, and meticulously crafting an effective go-to-market strategy. The collaboration between the Integral Startups Foundation and TiE Lucknow chapter underscores our steadfast commitment to fostering a culture of innovation, resilience, and continuous learning. We firmly believe that by empowering individuals with the right knowledge and skills, we contribute not only to the success of individual ventures, but also to the overall growth and prosperity of our entrepreneurial ecosystem. Before we immerse ourselves in the essence of this event, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to the revered founder and chancellor, Professor S.W. Akhtar, a beacon of wisdom and leadership, the visionary architect of this university. My sincere gratitude to our distinguished chief guest and master trainer, Mr. Kiran Deshpande, a luminary figure in the business realm, Mr. Deshpande, director at 14 Trees, former CEO of Tech Mahindra, TiE Global board member, co-founder of Mojo Networks, TiE Pune, past president, angel investor, brings a wealth of expertise in building dozens of brands. Sir, your presence is truly an honor and it adds immeasurable value to our deliberations. A special expression of gratitude goes to the Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Syed Nadeem Akhtar, for his unwavering mentorship, which has been instrumental in steering our endeavors towards success. A warm welcome to Mr. Sachin Sahni, President of TiE Lucknow Chapter and founder of Hero Superfoods. We are honored to have you co-organizing this much-needed event with us. My heartfelt welcome to Ms. Simran Sahni, co-founder Hero Superfoods and Secretary FICCI. I also extend a warm welcome to our very dynamic registrar, Professor Harith Siddiqui. In the ever-evolving landscape of business and entrepreneurship, mastering the intricacies of sales and developing a robust go-to-market strategy emerges as a critical aspect that can determine the fate of any venture. It is in this spirit that the Masterclass has been meticulously orchestrated, bringing together seasoned experts and passionate learners under one roof to delve into the nuanced intricacies of this crucial domain. To our participating students, I urge you to seize this golden opportunity not only to gain valuable insights, but also to network and connect with the seasoned professionals gracing us with their presence today. Your journey in the vast realm of entrepreneurship is just unfolding, and the connections you forge today may very well shape the collaborative ventures of tomorrow. Dear students, we invite you to participate in the entire session extending beyond the short break to seize the opportunity of receiving certificates presented by TiE. And at this momentous occasion of learning and growing, I would like to shine a spotlight on the achievements of our incubated startups. Today, as we delve into the depths of knowledge and innovation, let us also take a moment to celebrate the remarkable strides made by these ventures that have been nurtured under the wings of our incubation center. Firstly, let me introduce Aman Kumar, the visionary founder of Nutty Village, a social venture that is revolutionizing the food industry. Recognized as one of the best agri-health-based startups in Uttar Pradesh, Aman received the Youth Collab Award in India, winning a grant of 2 lakhs. Aman has also secured a grant of 30 lakhs from the Ministry of Social Welfare, Government of India, through the Ambedkar Young Social Innovator Mission and shortlisted for the Social Alpha Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation cohort. Aman stands as one of the top 22 finalists at the national level at the IRMA IC Foundation by Amul. He has also been selected among the top 20 startups across the state of Uttar Pradesh to participate in the Startup Mahakumbh, which was recently getting organized at the Pragati Maidan by Start UP government of Uttar Pradesh. Next, we have Richa, the trailblazing founder of an organic textile company specializing in khadi. Richa's accolades include the Green Product Award winner in Germany 2023 and the Sustainable Fabric of the Year Award in Netherlands. She has been recognized as an exporter of khadi to European countries and beyond. She has been selected among the top 8 women in sustainable textile from India by the Bill Gates Foundation. Let me now highlight Tensift Farmers Fertilizers Private Limited, whose dedication to excellence has earned him the Best Entrepreneur Award from the Department of Fisheries, Government of India. Next, we have Earthkind Eco Ventures. Their innovative approach has landed them a spot as finalists on Shark Tank Season 2, recognized as top 75 women entrepreneurs from Uttar Pradesh, acknowledged by the Honorable President of India, Srimati Murmu. Their achievements include a full scholarship for the NSR-CEL program at the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. We have Harshvardhan Saxena, founder of Vardhanam, who has received a grant of 3 lakhs from Startup UP and a grant of 25 lakh rupees from RKVY Raftar Scheme Government of India. These achievements are a testament to the dedication, innovation, and impact that our incubatees are making in their respective fields. As we celebrate their success, let us be inspired by their stories and continue to support and nurture the spirit of entrepreneurship within our community. In conclusion, I express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Kiran Deshpande, and our valued partners who made this event a reality. Your unwavering support is instrumental in creating a platform for knowledge exchange and collaboration. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to each and every one. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your gracious words, ma'am. Allow me to now introduce Professor Mohammad Haris Siddiqui, sir, Registrar of Integral University, whose multifaceted role encompasses the directorship of the Directorate of Admissions and Academics, along with efficient management of academic affairs. Please welcome sir to the podium with a huge round of applause.
Honorable Pro-Chancellor of Integral University, the Chief Guest, Mr. Kiran Deshpande ji, ex-CEO Tech Mahindra and founder and director of 14 Trees, Deans, HODs, students, ladies and gentlemen. I have been entrusted with the responsibility of briefing you about the genesis of Integral University. So Integral University had a very humble beginning with a small hut and 4 children in the year 1993 with the name of Techno Academic Inter College. The foundation stone was laid by world-renowned Islamic scholar Hazrat Maulana Abul Hasan Ali Hasli Nadwi Sahib. In a period of around 4 to 5 years, there was an establishment of an engineering college with the name of Institute of Integral Technology with the abbreviations of TiE Lucknow. In the year 1999, the then Prime Minister of India, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, visited this great institution, and in his speech, he had categorically mentioned that he wants this great institution, which was located in his parliamentary constituency, Lucknow, to raise to the level of IITs and IIMs in the country. Subsequently, other governors, Suraj Bhanji, Shri Motilal Voraji, Shri Vishnukant Shastri, all of them visited Integral Institute of Integral Technology in a period of around 4 to 5 years and contributed in one way or the other for the growth of this institution. On the account of its academic excellence, on account of its very good placements, the Institute of Integral Technology transformed into a full-fledged university in the year 2004. The institution was declared a university by the then Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Mulayam Singh Yadav ji. The university then got registered under Section 2F of the UGC Act and added other faculties of study apart from the Faculty of Engineering, which started in the year 1998. The Faculty of Architecture, Planning and Design came into existence, followed by the Faculty of Commerce and Business Management, and other faculties like Faculty of Mass Communication and so on. In the year 2012, the university applied for registration under Section 12B of the UGC Act, where the university got approval in the same year to be eligible for government grants for the faculty members and the institution. At the same time, the university also got registered as a scientific and industrial research organization from the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. The university was one of the very few and first institutions to go for the first cycle of NAC accreditation, and the university came out with flying colors by being ranked in the good category. Subsequently, the university started the Faculty of Agriculture, Science and Technology and also the Faculty of Law in the year 2014 and 15. One of the prestigious faculties, that is the Faculty of Health and Medical Sciences, started in the year 2013 and added program after program till date. In the year 2015, with the visit of the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Hamid Ansari Saab, categorically he visited each and every part of this institution, and he was so happy with the infrastructure of the institution that he extended support to this institution for registration under various other categories. At the same time, the Honorable Pro-Chancellor Dr. Syed Nadeem Akhtar joined this great institution, and the internationalization of this institution started. We got the first batch of 100 students from Sokoto state of Nigeria, and the campus had the first batch of 100 students along with students from few other countries. Subsequently, other faculties also came into existence, and then in the year 2019, the COVID wave came into existence. The university was so much technologically enabled and at the same time competent enough to quickly transform itself from a classroom university to a digital university with our own integral learning management system, an online platform for online teaching and proctored examination. At the same time, the Integral Hospital was taken up by the government of Uttar Pradesh as a tertiary care hospital, and the hospital rendered exemplary service during the first and second wave of COVID-19 with a recovery rate of more than 95% and above. On account of this great contribution to the society and mankind, and on account of ensuring uninterrupted supply of oxygen throughout the first and second waves of COVID-19, the then governor, the present governor of Uttar Pradesh, Srimati Anandiben Patel ji, awarded Integral Hospital for exemplary service during the COVID-19 wave. At the same time, during this period, the university ensured that the oxygen was uninterrupted, and therefore an oxygen storage tank was purchased from the university. Seeing all these efforts, Google was kind enough to gift us an oxygen generation tank so that the Integral Hospital is always full of oxygen during other emergencies in the days to come by. In the year 2021, the then Defence Minister, the present Defence Minister of the country, who had earlier visited as the Home Minister of the country, had the chance to visit this great institution after rigorous follow-ups as the chief guest of our convocation. Shri Rajnath Singh ji was so impressed with the infrastructure, the facilities, the diverse forces in the campus, and the infrastructure that he blessed us that he is sure and confident that the university will come out with flying colors in the second cycle of NAC accreditation. The university got the second cycle of NAC accreditation and was ranked as A+ category institution with the eligibility to open off campuses and offshore campuses, at the same time being eligible to go ahead with the online education. So university has also started the Center for Online Education with number of programs being offered to the students at their doorsteps, At the same time, the distance education is also expanding its wings across the state of Uttar Pradesh. Of late, the university is having close to 15,500 students on the campus, with students from more than 40 countries, close to 250 plus programs spread across more than 50 departments with 14 faculties of study. With the recent regulations, we have seen a day before that the UGC has granted several guidelines for opening of off campuses and offshore campuses. The university at present has one campus in Shahjahanpur, which is around 14 years old campus, off campus in the state of Uttar Pradesh. At the same time, the university has acquired one more campus in the name of Integral University Phase 3, which was formerly Asia School of Engineering and Management. So the university is now trying its level best to expand its horizons not only in the state of Uttar Pradesh but also across the country in terms of establishing campuses in Kyrgyzstan, Nigeria, and other countries. The founder of this university and the chancellor has the vision to take the education imparted by this great institution, which not only ensures academic education, research and development, but preaches humanity as the first religion to the doorsteps of the people. On behalf of the Integral family, on my own personal behalf, I once again welcome you all to this great institution, and we all pledge that we will leave no stone unturned to take this great institution to even more great heights in life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Turning our attention to another luminary joining us today, it is now my honor to invite Honorable Pro-Chancellor of Integral University, Dr. Syed Nadeem Akhtar, sir, to kindly grace the stage and address the attendees. Please welcome, sir, with a huge round of applause.
Mr. Kiran Deshpande, the master trainer of the Masterclass today, Mr. Sani, Mr. and Mrs. Sani, Dr. Nida Fatima, Professor April Ahmed, the Registrar, Professor Haris Siddiqui, Dr. Rajul Haq, Deans, Professor Abdul Rahman Khan, Deans, members of the faculty and staff, and most importantly, the most important beneficiaries, intended beneficiaries of this session, my dear students. Good morning to all of you and Assalamu alaikum. After having witnessed the beautiful University Tarana, which really brought us into the moment, and then the wonderful speech by the director of CIED, Dr. Nida Fatima, I think there is little left to be said. In fact, I know that all of you are assembled here to learn about startups, how to create your own startup, how to go and launch your idea into the market from the master trainer, and address from dignitaries, so-called dignitaries like me, are a mere roadblock. So I will not take much time. Rather, I would congratulate all the students here for having chosen to attend this masterclass. I can assure you, and I firmly believe, that this has been a very wise decision from your side. Today, if you sit through the entire masterclass, you will learn about several intricacies of business. You will gather experience without having failed and learned. And this will give you a head start over others. So please be very sincere in learning all the tools, techniques, ideas, ways, methods, and processes that are used in the field of startups, and benefit the most from this session. With this, I wish you all the very best. I congratulate CIED for organizing this wonderful masterclass, and I thank TiE Lucknow for joining hands with us. And I firmly believe and hope that our collaboration, TiE and integral collaboration, will continue for times to come. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's gear up for the masterclass. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd now like to introduce and welcome Mr. Sachin Sani, sir, President of TiE Lucknow, who stands as a prominent figure in the fitness and wellness industry with a noteworthy track record as a serial entrepreneur. Co-founder of three successful ventures, Heroes, Glamour Zone, and Health Zone, his brands have become market influencers. Notably, Heroes, which is India's pioneer brand of super snacks and superfoods, has garnered acclaim for its diabetic-friendly and healthy snacks, achieving bestseller status on Amazon. As a TEDx speaker, he shares his insights on entrepreneurship, fitness, and wellness in various forums and media. I kindly request Sir to set forth, Sir has already stepped forth, and articulate the tone and agenda for today's masterclass. Please welcome Sir with a hearty round of applause.
Let me thank Integral University and Center for Incubation and Entrepreneurship Development, Professor Nida Fatma, for shaking hands with us and giving us this opportunity to present the master trainer Kiran Deshpande amongst us here in Lucknow. I was so looking forward to having Kiranji since very long. We've been talking about having him here in Lucknow, but finally we could, have him here thanks to Integral University. Now let me immediately set the agenda for the day and also tell you why we thought we want Kiranji here and address this topic. I have three of my own companies and also I've mentored more than 40 startups. And the biggest pain point that I've realized for any new business is how to organize the sales processes and systems. And then, sales is like heart or the engine of growth for any organization. Sales nahi to kuch nahi, isn't it? So this is the biggest pain point. People they have their idea, they organize their ideas, they convert it into an enterprise. But when it comes to sales, बहुत सारे लोग थोड़ा सा ना डगमगाने लगते हैं, especially young startups. So that is why I thought at TiE we needed this thing, and then Integral University came forward. So we thought all the young startups and the students who will be stepping into the corporate world tomorrow will get very valuable insight from a trainer, a master trainer who's not only was a stalwart of the corporate world as ex-CEO of Tech Mahindra. He also is a real entrepreneur who started more than 20 years back. He started two, three different startups, sold them off in 2019, has loads of money in his bank now and keeps investing in startups like all of yours. So you'll also have an angel investor here who actually understands building a company from scratch. So I'm sure we gain a lot. I have my notebook today and I'll be a very keen observer and student today of yours, sir. So with this, I think we'll start with the much awaited workshop. Thank you again for having us here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Please allow me to now introduce our esteemed resource person and spokesperson for the day, Mr. Kiran Deshpande, sir. With a prolific career spanning as the former CEO of Tech Mahindra, TiE Global Board Member, Director at 14 Trees, co-founder of Mojo Networks, and past president of TiE Pune, he stands as a distinguished figure in the business world. Renowned as a celebrated master trainer, he brings forth a wealth of expertise in building numerous brands. It now gives me immense pleasure to invite to the podium Mr. Kiran Deshpande, sir, to illuminate today's masterclass with his unparalleled insights and wisdoms. Please welcome him with a thunderous round of applause.
Minutes to get the technology set up. Not as easy as starting your car. Always little different here.
Normally it comes.
Audience, we're facing a small technical roadblock. I request you to please have patience and maintain decorum. We will begin very shortly. Thank you. Your patience is appreciated.
You all can see how difficult or how behind time is software. This is a new Apple device, but they are not talking to each other. I must have done it at least few hundred times, but it is as bad as it can get.
आपको काफी सारी मार्केटिंग आज के टाइम पे टेक्टिक्स चल रहे हैं. You can do the influencer marketing. Marketing, if I talk about in a single line, marketing is all about common sense, how you are going to market your product. आप वहाँ पे psychology का use कर सकते हैं, human nature, human psychology, anything you want. Right? Thank you.
I would like to request Sachin sir to please take the podium and engage with the audience while thank you setting up the framework. Please put your hands together to sir.
A quick interjection before the things get organized and he gets started. Some of you might be wondering what this TiE is about, what TiE stands for. So I thought let me address it to you and tell you more about what TiE is. Definitely not that the piece of cloth that you wear around your neck. It's not that. TiE का full form है the Indus Entrepreneurs और ये headquartered है सिलिकॉन वैली में और कोई आज से 32 साल पहले यानी 1992 में स्टार्ट हुआ था. इंडियंस ने स्टार्ट किया था सिलिकॉन वैली में, तो इसलिए नाम इंडस एंटरप्रेन्योर्स रखा गया. उस समय भी इंडियंस काफी happening entrepreneurs थे वहां पे. आज तो 33% of the startup in Silicon Valley are owned by Indians only. So I mean some of you must be surprised कि ऐसा है. जी अमेरिका में सिलिकॉन वैली जैसी जगह में जहाँ गूगल, फेसबुक, एप्पल जैसे कंपनीज हेडक्वार्टर्ड हैं, वहां पर 33% और मोर देन 33% रादर आर ओन्ड बाय इंडियंस और वहां पर टाई हेडक्वार्टर्ड है. And it is a huge force to reckon with in Silicon Valley. तो ये वहां से ग्रो किया. ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इट्स अ नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट, बाय द एंटरप्रेन्योर्स एंड फॉर द एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, फॉर फॉस्टरिंग एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. अब ये जब ग्रो किया तो ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड कोई 62 चैप्टर हैं टाई के और ये वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. और इंडिया में भी 20 से ऊपर चैप्टर हैं. TiE लखनऊ का चैप्टर भी कोई 6 साल पुराना है और यहाँ हमारे लगभग 200 मेंबर्स हैं फ्रॉम ऑल वॉक्स ऑफ लाइफ, फ्रॉम स्टार्टअप टू 1000 करोड़ कंपनी तक के मेंबर्स हैं हमारे पास TiE लखनऊ में. एंड हमारा जो कोर है वो है हेल्पिंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स ग्रो एंड फॉस्टरिंग एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप थ्रू वेरियस एक्टिविटीज. इट कुड बी having these master classes to funding, like Kiran ji himself is an angel investor and he must have invested in more than 50 startups. He is mentoring so many startups. ये पैसे भी डालते हैं और हेल्प भी करते हैं ग्रो करने में, मेंटर करते हैं. I am personally invested in few startups and I help them mentor also. इसी तरीके से TiE में एक इकोसिस्टम है जो एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स का है. तो दिस इज फंडिंग एंड मेंटरिंग गो हैंड इन हैंड. इसके अलावा अगर नहीं भी इन्वेस्ट कर रहे होते हैं किसी स्टार्टअप में तो हमारे जो सीनियर एंटरप्रेन्योर मेंबर्स हैं वो हेल्प करते हैं कंपनीज को फ्रेश आइडियाज को इनक्यूबेट होने में. These are two. Plus, education is a very regular, integral part of our whole ecosystem. क्योंकि learning should continue lifelong. तो हम इस तरह की मास्टर क्लासेस टू स्मॉल इंस्पिरेशनल इवेंट्स टू स्टोरी सेशंस ऑफ सक्सेसफुल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स ये सब कराते रहते हैं. इवन पिचेस जो आप शार्क टैंक में देखते हो, इस तरह के पिचेस TiE पिछले 30-32 साल से करा रहा है. ओवरऑल TiE के इस पूरे एंटरप्राइज के एफर्ट की वजह से करीब $1 ट्रिलियन का वेल्थ क्रिएट कर चुका है TiE. यस, $1 ट्रिलियन. आपको हैरानी होगी ये जान के कि इंडिया में कोई 125 यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं. ठीक है ना, आपको पता होगा यूनिकॉर्न्स क्या होता है? $1 बिलियन प्लस कंपनीज. उसमें कोई 75% इन $1 बिलियन फाउंडर्स में से TiE से होके निकले हैं. जी हाँ, आई रिपीट, $1 बिलियन कंपनीज जो 125 हैं इनमें से 75% से ज्यादा TiE से होके निकले हैं. या तो फंडिंग रेज की है या मेंटरिंग या ये हमारे मेंबर्स है अक्रॉस द कंट्री. तो ये जो स्टार्टअप का रेवोल्यूशन है जो 2015-16 में स्टार्ट किया था तो TiE वाज key contributor to the Indian startup policy in Delhi. Delhi मतलब जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जो स्टार्टअप इंडिया है उसमें मेजर कंट्रीब्यूशन टाई का है. So this is about TiE. I thought till the time sir is about to start, मैं आपको कुछ इंट्रोडक्शन दे दूं, तारुफ करा दूं TiE के बारे में. And if you have any questions, like let's say अगर आप में से कुछ लोग ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं TiE, so that's also available. Gaurav is here. Gaurav, are you around? Yeah. Where are you? Can you make your... So Gaurav is the chapter manager of TiE. अगर आप में से स्टूडेंट्स या एस्पायरिंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स या स्टार्टअप्स TiE की मेंबरशिप के बारे में ज्यादा जानना चाहते हैं तो विजिट TiE.org और get in touch with Gaurav and Navita. Are you around? Can you make yourself visible there? Okay. So Navita and Gaurav, they are the team of TiE here who can help you out in taking membership of TiE in case you are keen. Very nominal fee is there, and you around the year you can get these kind of, you can attend these kind of programs and trainings and mentoring sessions with TiE in Lucknow and across the world. So do we also have TiE University participants here? TiE, any of you who are participating in TiE University program here? You are there? Okay. Just one of them? Anybody else who's participating in TiE University program here? Okay. Already. All right. Lot of them are from Integral University itself, so probably there's a cross between. So that's it from me. I was only playing the filler game. Thank you for giving me the audience.
How many of you have debugged a program? Some hands going up. You know, when the program starts working, when you have changed, you don't know what is happening, you have been struggling with it, and something good happens. That is exactly what happened here. We have no idea how it suddenly came up. So I'm not complaining as long as it works. I think, yeah. Good morning. 15 minutes from the noon. First of all, thank you very much for having me here and spend some time with you. I want to give you a little bit of a background, and I know Sachin did a great job in letting you know about TiE, which is a organization for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs. तो हम लोग एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए, उद्योजक के लिए काम करते हैं. हम लोग खुद भी सारे उद्योजक ही हैं. कोई बड़ा है, कोई छोटा है, कोई अभी काम कर रहा है, और सारे के सारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए काम करते हैं. मैं पुणे में रहता हूँ. आई लिव इन पुणे, बीन देयर फॉर मोर देन 28 years. और जब मैं 2009 में TiE का मेंबर बना तो मैंने हमारे प्रेसिडेंट को पूछा कि करना क्या है. मेंबर तो तुमने मेरे से चेक तो ले लिया, लेकिन अब करना क्या है. तो उन्होंने मुझे जवाब नहीं दिया. फिर एक साल के बाद मैंने बोला है देखो एक काम करते हैं, एंड हम लोगों ने, आपको सीके प्रहलाद का नाम किसने सुना है? नहीं, MBA स्टूडेंट हियर? नहीं, नोबेल लॉरेट नहीं होता, फिजिक्स वगैरह के लिए होता है. सीके प्रहलाद वाज वन ऑफ द मैनेजमेंट गुरुज, एंड तो उन्होंने 90s में एक टाई के लिए पेपर लिखा था कि टाई ने क्या करना चाहिए entrepreneurship के लिए. This is like more than 20-25 years back. So he gave 4 or 5 areas in which TiE should work. उसमें पहला था mentoring, फिर एजुकेटिंग, इन्वेस्टिंग, नेटवर्किंग, इंक्यूबेटिंग. तो यहाँ मुझे मालूम है कि कुछ कुछ लोग इंक्यूबेटर से आए हैं, काफी सारे फैकल्टी है यहाँ. हमारे जैसे लोग जो बाद में पढ़ाने लग गए, हम लोग भी अपने आप को फैकल्टी बोलते हैं. बड़ा अच्छा लगता है कि आप अपने आप को जब फैकल्टी बोलते हो. ये सारी चीजें, ये बात था. तो हमने बोला कि why don't we start helping entrepreneurs? But I think one of the speakers said he had only 4. In 2012, we took 4 startups because there were 4 of us. And if you do permutation combination, if you had added 5th or 6th startup, you would be short of mentors. So what we were doing was जो अपनी गुरु शिष्या जो ट्रेडिशन होती है ना, जिसमें आप संगीत सीखते हैं, पेंटिंग सीखते हैं, वन ऑन वन, और फिर ऑर्गेनाइज यूनिवर्सिटी में जो पीएचडी प्रोग्राम होते हैं, जो आपके पास एक गाइड होता है. तो वी वर इन द सेम मोड. आई रियलाइज दैट everybody starts business, many of them don't keep money as the alternative. कुछ लोग रखते हैं लेकिन शर्माते हैं, बोलते हैं कि पैसा बनाना है. कुछ लोग बड़े ऑब्जेक्टिव होते हैं लेकिन money is all, funds are always needed. Everything in life you need resources. So I realized that many of them are struggling with, as Sachin said, sales is very difficult. And let me sort of give you a disclaimer. I have no MBA. I was pushed into sales because always my bosses or CEO found me good with it. So I'm not a commission guy, none of that kind. I was just, trying to solve some problems. और कंप्यूटर साइंस ऐसा फील्ड है, इतना नेसेंट और इतना यंग है. और उसके आपने ये देख ली कि एक लैपटॉप जो अभी 4 महीने पहले मैंने खरीदा था, उसको ढूंढ के इसको कनेक्ट करो, क्योंकि हो सकता है इनकी ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम और इसकी ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम में बात नहीं हो पाई. तो ये सब होती है. सो वी स्टार्टेड टीचिंग. हमने ये गुरु सेशन शुरू किए. सेल्स क्या होता है वगैरह. तो सेल्स का पहला गुरु सेशन था, मैंने लिया. फिर हमको समझ में आया कि सिर्फ टॉक देने से फायदा नहीं होता है. जब तक आप उसको अप्लाई नहीं करोगे तब तक उसका वैल्यू नहीं है. कई बार हम लोग होते हैं ना, क्लास अटेंड करते हैं, इंटेलेक्चुअली अच्छा लगता है, प्रोफेसर अच्छे बोल के जाए, लेकिन अप्लाई नहीं करते हैं. और आजकल ये फैशन हो गया कि हमने जो पढ़ा है अप्लाई नहीं किया है. तो जो आज मेरे पास टाइम होगा, आई टेल यू हाउ फर्स्ट ईयर कैलकुलस कैन बी अप्लाइड फॉर योर रेवेन्यू. सो ये हम लोगों के दिमाग में होता है कि अप्लाई नहीं कर सकते, चाहे तो सारी चीजें अप्लाई कर सकते हैं. तो हमने क्या किया, वो जो गुरु सेशंस थे उसमें केस स्टडीज डाल दी. तो जिन्होंने हार्वर्ड का नाम सुना है, हार्वर्ड का सारा प्रोग्राम केस स्टडीज पे होता है, तो उसमें बहुत सारी केस स्टडीज आ गई. फिर हमको ये भी समझ में आया कि सिर्फ सेल्स ही नहीं, ब्रांडिंग भी समझ में नहीं आती है, मार्केटिंग समझ में नहीं आती है, सेल्स और मार्केटिंग का डिफरेंस नहीं मालूम है, बिजनेस क्या है नहीं मालूम है, फाइनेंस जो अगर आप चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है, एमबीए फाइनेंस है, तो आपको पढ़ाया जाता है. हमारे से लोग किसी ने पढ़ाया नहीं. आपने अगर कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट किया किसी कंपनी में, तो आपके कैश फ्लो और आपके पीएनएल में बहुत बड़ा फर्क दिखेगा. तो आपको समझ में नहीं आता है कि कैसा होता है. आजकल सारे के सारे बिजनेसेस काफी सारे इंटरनेशनल हैं. तो ट्रेजरी फंक्शन जो एक्सचेंज रेट है वो समझ नहीं आता. तो फाउंडर्स आर लाइक, if I have to give you an analogy, cricket possibly is what I would take. You want to play cricket, or आजकल women IPL चल रहा है. I don't know. I'm becoming I'm an investor in a company that is exclusively focused on women cricketers. So women are playing. Other day I saw Smriti Mandhana's, the amount of I was just awed by the way she lifts the ball. So you want to become a bowler, batter, जो भी आपका है, लेकिन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में आपको स्टम्प भी बनाने पड़ते हैं, बॉल भी मैन्युफैक्चर करनी पड़ती है, ग्राउंड भी बनाना पड़ता है, स्पेक्टेटर्स भी लेके आने पड़ते हैं, और उसमें आपको फेल हो गए आप तो कोई आपको क्रेडिट नहीं देता है. सो इट वाज अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स एंटरप्रेन्योर्स वॉक इनटू. ये हमारे साथ भी हुआ. To give you an idea, I was CTO of a company and I built some tremendous tools because I call them tremendous because they are successful in taking the company to a NASDAQ. So we conceptualized those tools, and then I was headhunted to become Tech Mahindra CEO. Or in one of the interviews, one of their board members asked me, you have never run a business. तो मैंने कहा बात तो बिल्कुल सही है. आई हैव नेवर रन अ बिजनेस. अगर आपको कोई बिजनेस मैच्योरिटी वाला कोई चाहिए सीईओ तो हिंदुस्तान लीवर जाइए, आईटीसी जाइए, जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक जाइए. उस जमाने में देयर यू विल फाइंड एमबीए विद बिजनेस नॉलेज. आई एम अ टेकी. सो बट एनीवे दे हायर्ड मी फॉर व्हाटएवर रीजन. आई टुक अ बुक व्हिच वाज देयर एट स्टैनफोर्ड फॉर एमबीए क्लास कॉर्पोरेट फाइनेंस. तो जो 15 दिन मेरे को बीच में थे उसमें वो किताब पढ़ डाली. So I understood many things. So I mean, obviously would not be like a CFO, but I understood enough to do my job as a CEO. So it is very important to learn along the way, and some of these classes are basically give you a foundation for it. Do not expect me to give you an aspirin to get your headache off. I'm telling you to do things from where you will not get the headache. That is the difference. Okay. So just the history is I started with sales and then I realized उसके पहले marketing, marketing के पहले strategy, strategy के पहले validation. आपके आइडिया अच्छी है कि नहीं ये कौन बताएगा? अगर आइडिया ही और आपका सर्विस खराब है तो ये सारी चीजों को मायने ही नहीं है ना. So one of our colleagues from TiE, he built a class called validating your idea. कि बहुत क्या होता है हम लोग, I don't know, many of you are young here, but there are some parents here. An entrepreneur loves her or his startup like parents love children. We do not find any fault in our company. हो सकता है कंपनी 3 महीने में बंद करना हो, लेकिन हमको उसमें कोई खराबी दिखती नहीं है. And the trick is to pivot. और आप देखेंगे कि and I will show you on the slides how some of the most well-known companies pivoted themselves along the way. You take IBM, you take Microsoft, you take TCS, you know, how they pivoted and had their journey right through. So idea validation actually became a place where क्लास में जो लोग आते थे यार ये तो आजकल तो 3 महीने में 6 महीने में काम किया इससे कोई फायदा नहीं है, ये तो आइडिया चलेगी ही नहीं. फिर फाउंडर्स बैठ के केस स्टडी करते हैं कि क्या करना है या फिर दे पिवोट. सो ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ गुड unexpected results came out. What I want to do today is we normally run this as a organized program जो हमारा nurture program है. Think of it as a 6 months graduate school of entrepreneurship. So we choose entrepreneurs and we teach them business modeling canvas, go to market, sales, digital marketing, branding, bunch of them as they go along, because we are also working with them. It's like I'm teaching you tabla, I'm teaching you harmonium, I'm teaching you how to play rhythm also. Why are you going for a music class? So you want to become a musician. लेकिन आपको harmonium आना चाहिए. I don't know how many of you know most Bollywood top performers, be it an actor or be it a musician, they know the other thing very well. You know, it's very interesting that many of the actors actually have a beautiful voice. Many dancers, many people know a lot of theories. So the reason they are where they are is because they have understood multiple aspects of their profession. And that is one of, before I start, one of my messages to you is do not become blinkered. आजकल क्या हो गया है कि हम लोग काफी फोकस के चक्कर में ब्लिंकर हो जाते हैं, तो हमको आसपास की चीजें समझ में नहीं आती है. एंड एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, व्हेन आई वाज टॉकिंग टू योर प्रो चांसलर, the conversation was not about startup. It was there, but it was about Integral University, IIT Kanpur, bunch of things. So ये आपके लिए personality entrepreneurship होना चाहिए. I will touch upon founders presence. बहुत बड़ी बात होती है founder presence, because if you are an entrepreneur, आप फंड रेज के लिए जाते हो, आप पहला कस्टमर क्रिएट करने जाते हो, आप किसी को हायर करने जाते हो, आप अपना सीईओ हायर करते हो, आपकी पर्सनालिटी, आपका डीएनए, आपका प्रेजेंस makes a big difference. So we will talk about that also. Little bits and pieces here. Let me just take a little quick poll. I'm not using Google Sugar or something. How many of you are working entrepreneurs today? Okay, 8-10 एक लोग हैं. Students को बहुत सारे हैं, क्योंकि 3/4 majority कितने students हैं? धीरे धीरे हाथ खड़े करो. Student is good, yeah. I enjoy my, still also remember campus was the best time of our life. That is it. How many of you are from incubator as a administrator or manager of an incubator? There is none. Or there is one. There are okay, couple of them. Fair enough. What I will do is I'll keep the students in mind. I'll also keep the working entrepreneurs in mind. And we have some of our senior charter members here who are accomplished entrepreneurs. और फिर उनकी जर्नी में वो काफी आगे जा चुके हैं, तो उनको मेरी बहुत सारी चीजें सरप्राइज नहीं लगेगी. They may have something to share. So I will ask them to, like Sachin, I'll ask them to give their input. तो जैसे जैसे बोलेंगे सबको हिंदी समझ में आती है? The reason I'm asking is last year I was in Chandigarh, TiE Chandigarh, and so I gave my talk in English. Lekin India, there was one Dr. Gauri, she didn't know Hindi. अब मैंने assume किया कि चंडीगढ़ में है तो हिंदी तो आती होगी at least. But she was the researcher. She had graduated from one of the colleges in Chennai. She had moved to Chandigarh, and she messaged me. And so we got a little familiar. Then she said, the only thing when you were talking in Hindi, I was struggling to figure out. So even if it is Uttar Pradesh, it's a good idea to ask. It is a very diverse and a big country, and we can have all kinds of surprises. What I will do is, I want to start with an example and give you an example of go-to-market. Underlying that example would be our thought process when we did the go-to-market, and वहाँ से we will build it. And, we are looking at a company to invest. We're looking at a term sheet. So I have got that. I'll show you QR code, and I'm going to crowdsource their strategy with all of you. So those of you who have a 4G mobile, when you scan the QR code, we'll give you some time, and then we will crowdsource the strategy. There's nothing better than actually solving a problem. Okay. Before we start, see, there are broadly 3 stages of journey of an enterprise. For example, Sachin has 3 companies. There was time when they were looking at starting that company. So there was an idea. And that idea, you start working on that idea. Ideas are बहुत होते हैं. In every conversation, whether beer, red wine, or chai, coffee, ideas आते रहते हैं. तो जाते भी रहते हैं. They are very transient ideas, but something catches you, and you stay with it. Then you start building. So idea to ideation. Post ideation, you try to build something that you want to offer. कई बार आपको आइडिया होती है, कई बार पार्टली होती है, कई बार काफी अच्छे से होती है, लेकिन आप सारा बना नहीं पाते हो क्योंकि आपके पास रिसोर्सेस नहीं होते, पैसा हो, मैन पावर हो, नहीं होते. So there is an ideation. जो अजाइल वाइज एंटरप्रेन्योर्स होते उस दौरान कहीं ना कहीं मार्केट में जाके कुछ ना कुछ करते। तो अगर आपने कोई B2B ये सब नाम हम एक्चुअली उसका थियोरेटिकल फाउंडेशन देखेंगे, एक दो कस्टमर क्रिएट कर लेते हैं, डायरेक्ट टू कंज्यूमर है, कुछ अपना प्रोडक्ट टेस्ट कर लेते हैं, तो वो दैट हैपेंस। और जब वहाँ सक्सेस मिलती है आपको, ये भी समझ में आता है कि पैसा लगेगा, तो वो अर्ली राउंड पैसा इकट्ठा करते हैं। एंजल इन्वेस्टर, अर्ली कस्टमर, फ्रेंड, फैमिली, शुगर डैडी, कहीं से भी पैसा लाके they put it all together. And when you go from there, you get to some point where professional investment comes in or customer approval comes in. So पैसा आने लगता है। जब पैसा आने लगता है तो आपकी आइडिया भी वैलिडेट होती है, कुछ चीजें गिरती है, कुछ चीजें, सब कुछ होता है। एंड देन यू हैव अ ग्रोथ स्टेज। ग्रोथ स्टेज जैसे मैंने TCS का, मेरा फाउंडिंग टाइम TCS में था, about more than 45 years back. We were bunch of 200 people. Nobody knew us, but we were working. So we were in the, I think we were in the acceleration stage when I joined. So there was a team, my CEO, they were in the ideation stage in the early 70s, more than 50 years back. So then you go to the growth stage, which is when you start looking at many things. End of the day, three things can happen to any enterprise. आप बहुत सक्सेसफुल हो तो आप पब्लिक ऑफरिंग करते हो, बॉम्बे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज, नैस्डैक, लंदन स्टॉक एक्सचेंज, वेन राइट। उसका मतलब ये होता है कि people, external investors own your company, and that is sort of one major milestone कि आपने भी सुना होगा कि IPO होने वाला है वगैरह। That's one part. The second part is you get acquired by someone, बड़ी company, you build something which is valuable to a large company and you get acquired. Now generally founders, employees, जिसके पास भी stock हो, with a successful acquisition, you make money, right? And third thing which we many times miss out, which I always bring to attention, is you build a sustaining business which is not very big, which is not very small, but it brings food on the table, it brings value to family, friends, community. Okay, बहुत बड़ा नहीं है, but that is also entrepreneurship. Not everybody becomes Jasprit Bumrah or Rohit Sharma, but there are a lot of successful cricketers, and they have their life. So all these 3 or 4 things happen. So where you are, I have given you a very conceptual idea. So all entrepreneurs need to baseline themselves कि मैं कहाँ हूँ, और ये कई बार पीछे भी जाता है। You reach 50 crore with some offering and something changes in the market. अब आपका वो 50 crore आगे बढ़ने वाला नहीं है, अगर offering itself has, you are back to the drawing board. What do we do next? Right? So all of these things happen. So this is the journey, and it's a good idea to keep this in mind. How many of you use Wi-Fi? I'm sure 100% hands will go up. How many of you used it 5 years back? Half come over, you know what I'm saying? How many of you used it, or how many of you had heard about Wi-Fi 20 years back? There is one gentleman and he helped me, you helped. There are only 2 hands, right? The story of Wi-Fi is that unlike a mobile radio which only Airtel, Jio, AT&T वगैरह can use, हमारे जितने भी devices में Bluetooth है, Wi-Fi है, this is unlicensed wireless radio which anybody can have. So that research took place in the 90s, and there was a thesis कि जैसे people started replacing landline phones. Can we have one conversation, please? Even a small conversation disturbs the class. Excuse me, can we have just one conversation? If you want a break, let me know. because sometimes it disturbs the rest of the class. So people started using mobile phones, right? People like me, my first mobile phone was in 97, 98, somewhere around that time. I bought a 40,000 rupee phone, which was Nokia. तो मैंने लोगों को दिखाया नहीं, as a CEO I needed it, that's about it. And I was very conscious कि बहुत महंगा है, लेकिन you want to reach CEO here, mobile phone, people will come. The connections were not very good. It was expensive, but लोगों ने adopt करना शुरू कर दिया था. So 2000 में everybody had mobile. So thesis was कि जिस तरह से लोगों ने voice के लिए wireless use किया, the same way enterprise network जो होते हैं, जब आप ऑफिस में जाकर लैपटॉप कनेक्ट करते हो इंटरनेट से, वो वायर भी चला जाएगा, उसकी जगह वायरलेस आ. So that research took place, and I have some peek into how that research took place. कि भाई लोगों को लैपटॉप को कनेक्ट करना है, so that I don't have to be. अब जैसे क्या है, अभी क्या हो रहा है मेरे साथ, वहां मेरे पास अगर वो ये होता उस पर चलता तो I could have been anywhere, but I have to go back and press it. Similarly, आपका वायर है तो आपको कुर्सी में बैठना पड़ता है. Okay, fine, perfect. So I take back. I have, but I'm not using it. लेकिन अब जैसे आप आपके प्रो चांसलर के रूम में जाते हो और उनके पास वाईफाई नहीं है, तो he has to be at his desk with the internet cable. But with Wi-Fi, I can take my laptop anywhere. I can take my phone anywhere. We use it so ubiquitously that we forget that there is a radio that's working. The researchers never thought about security. Only thought about connectivity. तो प्रोटोकॉल बना दिया, स्टैंडर्ड बन गए, लोगों ने डिवाइस बनाने शुरू कर दिए, सिक्योरिटी थी. तो हम लोगों का थीसिस था कि जब ये कंपनियों में बड़ी बड़ी जगह जाएगा, सिक्योरिटी विल बिकम ए नेसेसिटी. जब लोगों को वाईफाई भी नहीं मालूम था, हम लोगों ने बोला कि सिक्योरिटी विल बी नेसेसरी. एंड देयर वर, आई विल नॉट गो इनटू द टेक्निकल डिटेल्स, but that required a big change in the way security is implemented. So we invented the security, the third radio. थोड़े जिनको मालूम है कि एक 5 गीगाहर्ट्ज का रेंज होता है, 2.4 गीगाहर्ट्ज, वाईफाई 2 गीगाहर्ट्ज में चलता है. जो आपके सबसे फोन होते हैं वो उसमें 2.4 होता है. क्योंकि जैसे रेडियो डालोगे तो पैसा लगता है, पैसा लगा तो वो फिर. So that's why there were 2 radios. We added the third radio. Okay. So we added a dual band security radio. एक आपको बड़ा सा मतलब रफ सा एग्जांपल लेता हूँ कि आपकी गाड़ी है, आपकी बस है, तो बस आपको कनेक्ट कर रही है, लेकिन उसमें अपने पुलिस वाला रख दिया, कांस्टेबल या कोई चौकीदार, कि यहाँ से कोई बदमाशी करेगा या बाहर वाले आके परेशान करेंगे तो हमारे पास ये है पुलिस पर्सन. तो इन द सेम बस, इन द सेम डिवाइस वी एडेड ए सिक्योरिटी रेडियो. पुलिस वाला और पुलिस वाला क्या करता है, एक तो चेक करता है कौन क्या करता है और क्या करता है,
सेंस ऑफ सिक्योरिटी.
हाँ, लेकिन और क्या, आप रेड लाइट
गलत चीज होने नहीं देता है.
अगर आपने रेड लाइट से गए तो आपको रोकता है. साउथ बॉम्बे में आपने लेन गलत लेन से गए तो आपको रोक देगा, वो अगले इस पे हवलदार रोक देता है बॉम्बे का, तो वो रोकता है आपको. करेक्ट. जितना सीरियस क्राइम होगा आपका, उतना सीरियस पनिशमेंट होता है. मॉनिटरिंग एंड रेमेडिएशन. रेमेडिएशन हो सकता है कि अगली इस बार छोड़ रहा हूँ, अगली बार मत करना, या फिर अंदर. So we added that, invented the security radio in 2002-2003, and हम लोगों ने fundraise security radio पे किया. We said that Wi-Fi is coming, so it was a thesis of the future. Reason I am telling you is, sometimes you will have your idea which is a future idea. याहू, गूगल, जंगली, इन लोगों का थीसिस था कि ARPANET जो नेटवर्क था, जो साइंटिस्ट और डिफेंस के लोग यूज करते थे, अब वो मेन स्ट्रीम कमर्शियल लाइफ में आ गया है. So when people connect with each other, you will need a security to protect your enterprise. घर पे अपन ताला लगाते हैं ना, ताला लगाते हैं, चौकीदार रखते हैं. That's how firewalls came. The firewall started coming in when the enterprise started connecting to each other on the internet in 95, 96. So we said the same thing was going to happen here. Obviously, fundraising में क्या होगा इंडिया में, you know, I gave a talk like this once in IIT Kanpur, where I had all the companies that had either a venture or a capital in its name, all of them have refused any funding to us. And believe me, I was a former CEO of Tech Mahindra and quite well known among the community, but funding India में मिले नहीं because people just could not relate to it. And first for future ideas. So, but then we went to California and we were there for like 10 months and we raised a round. But there also we felt the same thing. One of the and reason I'm telling you is a lot of these events or these experiences you will also have. लेकिन अच्छे जो एंटरप्रेन्योर होते हैं वो उम्मीद नहीं छोड़ते. तो उसके भी हम आपको एक किस्सा सुनाएंगे. So we went there and Com Venture, very mature founder of the $2 billion fund. हमने सारी हमारी fancy footwork, ये रेडियो वो करेंगे ऐसा होता है. It's a German. I come to office, I connect my internet. I take my laptop, I go home, I connect to home broadband. So I'm not even using Wi-Fi. You guys are talking about Wi-Fi security. This is too far-fetched and ideal. So thank you very much for sharing with us. We met him 4 years later and he said, wish I had invested in your company. So a lot of times there are future kind of things. So you have to position yourself. Storytelling is very important. We will come to that. So we did that. We raised a round and we invented the third radio. And there were about 36 patents around it. 36 patents. So यहाँ की story. अब go to market. And other thing we did that time was we were actually few years down the line. We were very optimistic कि Wi-Fi will be there everywhere. उसको manage करने के लिए you will have thousands and thousands. So Cisco जो बनाती थी 50 devices, 75 devices, 100 devices. हमने बोला million devices को कैसे manage करेंगे? तो cloud ये नाम भी नहीं था, but we said we will manage it remotely. So that was another innovation we did. There were two major innovations. One was to build a design, invent a radio. Second was to take the manageability to a scale that nobody has seen. So this was sort of value proposition. अब आप सोच लो कि आपके पास $100 million है, तो ये 2002 है, आप 10 million डालोगे कि नहीं? Just transform yourself into that, and what you would like this company to do. So let me sort of share with you. हाँ? नहीं मैं करूँगा. No way.
Do you want somebody to stand?
No. It'll just on my rhythm also. If I need you, I will help you. Thank you very much. आपको दिख रहा है क्या? It's more much. Who needs security?
All of us. All of us.
कुछ लोगों को नहीं जरूरत पड़ती है, है नहीं? वो मतलब ऐसे माहिर होते हैं कि there are adventurous people ना, अरे कुछ नहीं होगा यार. होते हैं ना ऐसे लोग. और अगर आपको अपनी सिक्योरिटी कितनी कॉन्शियस है आपको चेक करना है तो अपना एटीएम पासवर्ड, ओटीपी, वाईफाई पासवर्ड ये आप देखो कि आपने कितना सिंपली बनाया हुआ है. अगर वो सिंपली बनाया हुआ है तो इसका मतलब आप सिक्योरिटी के बारे में उतने कॉन्शियस नहीं है, लेकिन थोड़ा बहुत डाल लेते हैं हम, छोटा ताला लगा दिया, चोरी होती है तो फिर नवताल आता है फिर। So this is human psychology. That is human psychology. So in the enterprise environment, जैसे आपको हॉटस्पॉट मालूम है, आप किसी शॉपिंग मॉल में जाते हो तो आपको वाईफाई दिखता है, रेस्टोरेंट में जाके दैट इज हॉटस्पॉट, होटल में हॉटस्पॉट। यहाँ भी आप कर सकते हो कि भाई मेरे से आदमी एक बार आया, मैं कनेक्ट करता हूँ, ओटीपी दे दिया और मेरे को कनेक्ट करवा दिया, ठीक है ना। तो दैट वाज दीज आर द हॉटस्पॉट। इसके ऊपर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन में, प्रो चांसलर के ऑफिस में, मैडम के वहां सारी सिक्योरिटी लगाएंगे आप, लेकिन स्टूडेंट के हॉस्टल में मिनिमम सिक्योरिटी लगाएंगे, स्टूडेंट्स ही कर रहे हैं। स्टूडेंट ये भी मतलब खतरनाक भी होते हैं कुछ कुछ, जस्ट टू गेट सम एक्साइटमेंट दे विल टिंकर अराउंड विद थिंग्स, तो वो चलता है। मतलब एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर आल्सो क्वाइट लिबरल अबाउट सिक्योरिटी, हालांकि दे शुड नॉट। रिटेल आप शॉप में जाओ, रेस्टोरेंट में जाओ, उससे थोड़ा ज्यादा रहता है। जब आप बैंक में जाते हो, नाउ सिक्योरिटी टेक्स ए वेरी डिफरेंट कनोटेशन। एंड व्हाट इज द रीजन? बिकॉज फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस डील विथ मनी एंड योर एंड माय मनी। तो अगर अपना कुछ भी हो तो हम तो उनके सर पे चढ़ के नाचेंगे, है नहीं? सो दैट इज द थिंग। Governments are also very, very conscious about security. So what we did was, we said, where do we want to sell our product? Where do we want to sell our product? We want to sell our product to security conscious enterprise. आपने ताला बनाया, जिसको ताले की जरूरत है उसको थोड़ी बेच सकते हो आप। And this is a mistake many of the entrepreneurs make, that they do not do enough mental analysis of this thing. To give you an idea, suppose let's say Sachin and I are planning to start jewelry. हम jewelry बनाना चाहते हैं, ठीक है? अब थोड़ा स्पिन मारते हैं कि इंडिया में प्योर गोल्ड की वैल्यू है, लेकिन हमने सोचा यार डिजाइन कुछ अलग करते हैं, 18 कैरेट का बनाते हैं, डिजाइन पे बेचते हैं। फिर हमने बोला कि you know, it's a bad idea to go after what men wear. Moti gold chain, that's a bad idea. Let's go after women, right? So we are trying to dissect it down to something, right? But finally, somebody has to buy the jewelry. Somebody has to buy the jewelry, right? So still we are trying to figure it out and buy the jewelry. Similarly, somebody has to buy. And where you will not go. So if you see the marketing, go-to-market strategy here, high security, ये समझ लिया हमने? We said that these people are not interested, waste of time. This was go-to-market strategy. Most of the time, entrepreneurs decide where to sell. बट उसकी जो क्रॉलरी है कि वहां मैं जाऊंगा नहीं या जाऊंगी नहीं, वो नहीं करते। तो जब वहां से कोई लीड आती है तो हम उसको भागते हैं। अब भागना चाहिए कि नहीं भागना चाहिए? आंसर इज बोथ यस एंड नो। यू माइट डू लिटिल बिट ऑफ दैट अगर पैसा आ रहा है तो, है नहीं? अगर कोई मुझे हॉटस्पॉट उस टाइम बोलता है कि मैं आपके 1000 डिवाइसेस खरीद रहा हूँ, मैं मना तो नहीं करूंगा, बाय ऑल मींस गिव मी अ परचेस ऑर्डर, बट मेरी स्ट्रैटेजी में नहीं है। सो वन पार्ट ऑफ गो टू मार्केट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. Where is your market and where you will play? If you see today entrepreneurial network, most entrepreneurs, because of Google, because of access to a lot of information, will say the market is $15 billion, 12 billion, जो भी नंबर ले लो आप, उसमें से addressable market इतना है, उसमें से यहाँ है, all that is great. आप क्या करते हैं? आज की तारीख में आप क्या करते हैं? आप अपना पहला कंज्यूमर या कस्टमर कहाँ से लेके? हो सकता है सचिन और मैं अगर ज्वेलरी बनाना है तो बोले यार तू तेरी बहन के पास जा, वाइफ के पास जा और उनसे 5 कॉन्टैक्ट लेके आए. We'll try them. So let's say we have 10 women whom we went to and someone said no, मेरे पास गोल्ड के लिए पैसा नहीं है. Somebody else said I only buy white metal. तो वो निकल गए, किसी एक दो को पकड़ेंगे हम एंड बेचेंगे. And if she says कोई डिजाइन पसंद है, हम डिजाइन चेंज करके भी दे देंगे. So it is very important to dissect where is your market. This size of the market, this much, this is the thinking of a $100 million company, not an entrepreneur who is looking for first time. That's the first lesson I want to share with you. And then from there you build. Now, so as we started selling, other thing which I did very important was in the early stage, see everybody will tell you, you take anywhere. What is the advantage? Let me ask the all here. What is the advantage a startup brings on the table? What is unique about us? If you're a small entrepreneur, what is our unique? Okay.
So, for example, in my company, what we bring both for a diabetic is, most diabetics are very worried about कुछ भी खाएंगे तो sugar level ना बढ़ जाए.
Correct.
If they consume my product, he is sure that his sugar level is not going to spike. So that's the security or the credibility he gets when he's consuming our product, along with the awesome taste that he gets.
Correct.
So we bring happiness to a diabetic's life or a Weight Watcher's life whenever they're consuming food products, especially snacks and drinks. So that's
one. The other thing is, suppose could change हुआ. Entrepreneurs are very agile. So if he is building diabetic product, वो 50 चीजें नहीं करेगा. He'll first make sure that he is known for food that appeals to diabetes. He'll not go after cancer and other things. Sports where only diabetic. So focus and agility. Focus and agility. How do you compete with a large corporation? Large corporations are slow and they have too many things going on. While आप अपना एक ही चीज करते हो. So therefore you will be better and this is what appeals to the market. तो हमने ज्वेलरी बनाई और कोई सिस्टर के फ्रेंड ने बोला कि मेरे को है ना लंबे वाले इयररिंग पसंद है ना छोटे वाले पसंद है. तो हम दोनों जाके लैब में जाएंगे यार उनको छोटा इयररिंग पसंद है. ये नहीं बोलेंगे कि अगली बार हमारे पास है नहीं. We will go and try and find something for that consumer. So that customer friendliness, focus, agility is very, very important. And that is something that you have to imbibe. I want to leave this thought with you. Many times, many of our entrepreneurs get scared कि मेरी competition बड़ी कंपनी से. और उनके दिमाग में अगर नहीं होगा तो घर वाले डाल देते हैं. अच्छा तू इससे कंपनी कर रहे हो तो टाटा से compete कर रहे हो. इसका मतलब हारोगे ही. And it doesn't happen like that. In fact, I'm not saying large companies are bad, but on a given day, you can compete with anyone if you have the product and the agility and focus. So पहले दिमाग में से निकाल दो. अगर घर से दादाजी मेरे उम्र के कुछ लोग आपको बता रहे कि मत compete करो तो ignore the elders at that time because they don't have the experience of entrepreneurship. They don't know what you're doing. So it's very, very important. Something else that technology entrepreneurs, technology adoption. Some companies are large companies अगर आपका B2B मॉडल है, they will adopt technology faster than somebody else. दो banks हैं, मैं बैंक का एग्जाम्पल इसलिए दे रहा हूँ. I'll not name the bank, but I know them. This bank is early adopter of technology because this bank knows if I deal with a young entrepreneur, they are agile, they are flexible, they will deliver better solution, and I can also get good price. This one says या मैं risk नहीं लेना है मेरे को, उसको try कर लेंगे, उसके बाद हम try करेंगे. Now in early stage of your marketing and sales, अगर आप यहाँ पहुँच गए तो आपको फायदा होगा. You will close the deal fast. अगर यहाँ पहुँचे तो गए कहाँ से? क्योंकि ये तो खरीदने वाला नहीं है. That person is looking at that bank कि आप कितना भी सर पकड़ लो नहीं होगा वो. Early adoption of technology is also very important. Third thing which is very important is, do they have money to spend? and are they willing to spend? Sometimes you run into governments who have a lot of money to spend, but not the willingness to spend or not the mechanism to spend. So three things early stage go to market, and we will see formalism now. What's your offering? Whom it connects to? Do they have money to spend? Are they early adopter of technology? Got it? Everybody, any questions here? So I'm actually going through this example and then I'll come to the what. So this was go to market 1.0. This stage when we built the company, this became possible. So when the company built, we got name, we started getting inbound leads. I started getting calls from my professor friends in IITs. यार तुम वाईफाई सिक्योर वाईफाई वाला तुमने हमको तो कभी प्रपोजल दिया ही हम टेंडर निकाल रहे हैं. Service providers started engaging with us कि हमको 200 hotspot बनाने 500 hotspot बनाने. At that stage, we go back to the drawing board and ask a question: what I was not doing yesterday, should I do it now or not? करना है नहीं करना है बात अलग है, but strategy सोचना बहुत जरूरी है. So we pivoted, and just to give you, for Mojo networks, Jio adopted Mojo network in the very early stage of its rollout, and we did world's largest Wi-Fi rollout in the world, largest one. Nobody had ever thought about it. अब आप मुझे बोलोगे तुम तो पहले मना कर रहे थे और अब तो हाँ बोल रहे हो. But it's all about strategy or positioning and everything. So it's very, very important that go to market builds with you. Okay? Now, what is a market? Let me ask you, what is a market? Those 10 friends of our wives, sisters to whom हमको jewelry बेचनी है, वो market है वहाँ? हाँ या ना?
Yes.
I think so. उस time पे वही market है. हमारे सामने तो उतना ही मार्केटिंग उनको ही जानते हैं ना. सारी दुनिया की लेडीज को तो जानते नहीं कि कौन क्या खरीदने वाला. We don't even have a reach to do that. So very important. Let's start looking at those things now. You all have heard of B2B, B2C, D2C, B2B2C, online, marketplace. बहुत सारे शब्द सुने हैं. कितनों को क्लैरिटी नहीं है उसकी. There is one hand, there is another hand, and I am with you because मुझे भी क्लैरिटी नहीं थी जब तक पढ़ाना शुरू नहीं किया और हमने एक और डिस्कवर किया. So these words come in and हम लोग उसको यूज करना ऐसे शुरू कर रहे हैं जैसे हम उसको बिल्कुल पहली क्लास से सीखे हुए हैं. Right? So let us try and understand. When you are an entrepreneur, आप कुछ बना रहे हो, आप क्या बेचने वाले हो? आप किस टाइप के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को बेचने वाले हो? आप आपकी 50 इयररिंग्स तनिष्क को जाके बेचोगे कि फ्रेंड्स कंज्यूमर्स को बेचोगे? नहीं, आप कहाँ बेचोगे? ऑफलाइन, ऑनलाइन, स्ट्रीट पे, दुकानों में, अपनी खुद की दुकानों में, कॉम्बिनेशन? वी हैव नो आइडिया. राइट? सो लेट अस सी सम एग्जांपल्स हियर. What is your offering? What kind of organization is your customer? Where will you do? There are 3 logos here. I don't expect students to know, but do students know what is a SAP? Sales को सबको मालूम है. SAP मालूम है सबको? कुछ लोग मालूम है. Don't worry, you are a student. If you don't know, that's fine. So पहले तो 2 लोगो हैं. Salesforce, which is a sales automation, customer relationship management software. SAP was the first large-scale enterprise resource planning and management software. जब आप कंपनी बनाते हो बड़ी, उसमें पेरोल, अकाउंटिंग, इन्वेंट्री सबकी जरूरत पड़ती है. One place it happens. ठीक है? The third one that I've put is Arista Networks, the company that acquired our company. आप लोग गूगल यूज करते हो, फेसबुक कुछ लोग तो यूज करते होंगे, दीदी इंस्टाग्राम यूज करते हो। ये जो डेटा जो इनका होता है ये कहाँ जाता है? इनके डेटा सेंटर में जाता है। And when we are doing all this search, there is a lot of communication that takes place in that data center from one server to another, and that speed is, you cannot imagine that speed. वो मतलब 5 MB, 10 MB, 1 GB, these are like high-end servers. Arista makes high-end routers and switches for web scalers. So if you look at Google, their data centers are powered with Arista gear. Facebook data center, Twitter now X, Arista. So these are classical product companies. Can I say that? They are classical product companies, right? There is a product and that's what they do. And where will you sell enterprise SAP? हमको और आपको तो बेचने नहीं आएगा। SAP बेचने जाएगा टाटा ग्रुप, महिंद्रा, ABN AMRO, big enterprise, right? Similarly, Salesforce will also go to large enterprise. Arista has only 5 or 6 or maybe 40 customers. First order from Microsoft Azure, $200 million to build a switches in dollars. Google, $150 million. So very different game, but B2B. Mojo Networks was it B2B? Primarily B2B. Primarily B2B. We will come to that. But you pause there and put a question where I'll come to the question. So these are all product companies. As against it, Accenture is a service company. KPIT is a very high-end, $1 billion valuation software solutions integrator from Pune. Again, a service company. Jeff Bezos, Amazon Web Services. When he added things beyond books, it became a service company. His technology and his infrastructure became something that he started offering the service. He sold books for nearly 20 years. All of you know that he started selling books, and he was audacious enough to tell Barnes & Noble CEO that I'll replace you completely in 20 years. And people didn't believe it, but Barnes & Noble closed down a few years back. So it's a web service. India has built large-scale, second-to-none service opportunities. Knowledge processing, business processing, software services, lawyer, everything. It's a huge service market, right? So these are service companies. Now, they are service companies. SAP is a product. Louis Vuitton also is a product.
One is a B2B company, right? The other one is a B2C company.
B2C company. Now I'm showing these are Saucony shoes often used by professional runners. And I use these shoes. So they are also B2C. Shoes है आपकी बाटा की दुकान है, आप जाके खरीदते हो. What if Bata made shoes for Indian Army? हाँ मतलब सोचना शुरू होता है ना, आपने जूते बनाने शुरू किए and suddenly army comes to you and says, look, can you make these shoes for us? Our soldiers need it more. Now you start thinking differently, right? So let's see what that is all about. So these are D2C or direct to consumer B2C businesses. Microsoft gives Arista a large order to power their data center. It's not like आपने toaster खरीदा और plug किया और चलना शुरू हो गया. It requires a project. Sometimes implementation of SAP is more money than SAP licenses, right? So the product companies, some of the ideas generate tremendous service. young entrepreneurs, because of the literature today, do not understand that when a business grows, it a service business may throw up IP, a product business will spawn off a lot of services. So many people have, how many of you heard, I'm in Salesforce implementation. I only do Salesforce implementation. Bड़ी companies are गई. They'll only do Salesforce implementation. Few years back, SAP implementation. In fact, SAP first time created something like that. And the classical service providers over a period of time started having Salesforce team, this team. So product companies can also. So when your idea is there, the founders very early stage have to see, will my product idea create services? For example, in Mojo Networks, we knew that we could power a Fortune 50 company with thousands of devices, but managing those devices, managing security alerts, taking action, doing policy was a lot of services which will be needed. We as a product company may or may not do, but we have to help our partners. Remember my word partner, I'll come to it again. Okay? So, especially for those of you who are young, you will hear my product, I'm service. India में बहुत discussion होता है, and I say stay secular. Whatever is good for your business, you have to do it. Okay. So these are also services. These create services. What is Amazon?
It's a large scale of marketplace.
It's a marketplace, right? So अब हम लोगों ने हमारी 10 जो हमारा अर्ली मार्केट था, सचिन ने और मैंने उसमें 5-6 लोगों को ज्वेलरी भेज दी. इन दो को गवर्नमेंट को लेना ही पड़ेगा, इच्छा नहीं है तो भी दे दी. एंड नाउ वी हैव अबाउट, उन्होंने उनके फ्रेंड को बताया, उनके फ्रेंड को बताया करते हैं. वी हैव सोल्ड 1000 and then our aspirations go and we put them on Amazon. सचिन किरण प्राइवेट लिमिटेड Amazon पे आपको इयररिंग्स मिल रहे हैं, इमिटेशन है, जो भी है, मतलब whatever. We have also gone into something more fancy stuff like that. It's available on Amazon. If you are thinking of a marketplace, आजकल entrepreneurs think of Amazon, right? Amazon, Flipkart, एकदम naturally आते हैं आपके, 2 दूनी 4 होता है, वैसा Amazon हर कोई सोचता है. उसके ऊपर वाला लोगो कोई पहचान पाता है किसने? सरकारी कंपनी लगी. सरकारी तो है, बहुत बड़ी बात, बिल्कुल सही बात. लेकिन दूसरा क्या है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट? Defense stores. If you can get your product in defense stores, you have a huge market. So entrepreneurs need to be sensitive, sharp, and encompassing of where all they can sell. Google पर पढ़ के 4-5 चीजें करोगे तो, I always say IIT में, if you have to get a JEE rank under 100, it requires a different approach. If you 2500 तक तो पहुंच जाते हो, 500 तक आते आते मेहनत होती है, और 100 के लिए लक भी बहुत लगता है, under 100 के लिए लक लगता है. So but you have to be very agile कि where else can I sell, and that is part of your go-to-market. Okay? Any entrepreneurs here who are selling on electronic marketplaces? You then. Who else? Even if you're not today, hopefully those of you who become entrepreneurs will remember me. यार सिर्फ Amazon पे नहीं बेचना है, वो एक बार बता के गए थे कहाँ कहाँ बेच सकते हैं. And you will find interesting confluence of, you will discover yourself through strategy, through thinking with your mentors. Where all can you sell? And in the early stages, more customers, quicker customers is a recipe to success. Yeah, ma'am.
When it comes to jewelry, so with Amazon, what other options can we explore?
Probably you can ask.
Yeah. So
We'll get the answer from the audience. Yeah?
yeah, so I want answers from the students. Like if it's a jewelry company launch, and we've already launched the product on Amazon, and other.
और अमेज़न से ऑर्डर आने शुरू हो गए.
जी, तो और how to expand that
How
further?
do so anybody with ideas? I'm sure your mind is now beginning to click. बताइए कहाँ जाओगे? नायका के स्टोर में जाओगे या फिर वो हमारे इंदौर में आड़ा बाजार है ना, हमारी सारी महिलाएं जाती है, बैंगल्स ये सब खरीदने वहाँ.
We'll opt for all the online platforms available.
Correct.
So which are women-centric?
Women-centric platform.
Yeah, so TiE, Mahindra.
Let me ask you this question. Pune में Lakshmi Road is the hub of shopping, clothes, jewelries. शाम को वहाँ आप गाड़ी चला नहीं सकते हो, पैदल भी नहीं चल पाते. Tulsi Bagh is where, I mean, I go there just to observe India's vibrancy. The women are 90% women. हमारे जैसे लोग सिर्फ थैला लेके चना जोर गरम अच्छा लगता है खाने और देखने की क्या चल रहा है. Will you hire students and children और हर एक को अपनी ज्वेलरी दे देगा बेच के?
I think local market exploration would be a good.
Would be a good.
Yeah, would be a good. Yeah. Because.
Correct.
We think globally and start locally.
I want to leave this thought with you. आपकी कंपनी मैंने एग्जांपल ले रहे हैं हम लोग, अभी 4 महीने पहले रखी अपनी सिस्टर की और वाइफ के फ्रेंड्स को बेच दिया हमने, तो हमारे कुछ 50 आइटम्स बिके हैं. तो चाय पानी का खर्चा तो आ गया, स्टारबक्स तो नहीं जाती है लेकिन कट्टे वाली चाय मिल जाएगी. फिर हमने ये किया तो और 200 बिक गए. 100 का 200 is 200% growth. 1000 plus 200 is only 20% growth. So her point is very valid. If you're going from 200 to 200, some strategies will work. But you will go from 1000 to 2000. You go from 10,000 to 30,000. You have to put on the thinking hat. Lakshmi Road will not work there. 100 का 200 आप कर सकते हो लक्ष्मी रोड से या लखनऊ में, लेकिन so now that growth, to maintain the growth, it is very important to understand what should be. I'm sure you face it in your three businesses.
We face it every now and then.
Correct, exactly. And few things you don't realize. I'll give you an example. When you put a Wi-Fi device, हर एक के घर में होता है, 2 दीवारें आई तो सिग्नल जाता नहीं. And I used to always love कि जितने कंक्रीट लगाएगा उतने मेरे डिवाइसेस ज्यादा बिकते हैं, जितनी प्लास्टर ऑफ पेरिस लगाएगा उतने कम. You take a corporate office, 100,000 square feet, these devices, you don't need more than 20 devices. Take $700 per device, $14,000. उसके पीछे 15 PhDs, 19 ये दुनिया भर की मगजमारी करके 14,000 का आपको PO मिलेगा. Now you have to grow that to a sizable amount. So go-to-market strategy also has to be. It is very important to see scalability in that. Okay, but keep this in mind. So this is B2B2C Amazon, right? I put 2 more logos here. If you guys are leaving, please leave quietly or come on, sit here.
Please let the students leave. Who want to leave, you can leave, please.
If you want to leave, that's fine. Or you want to sit, that's fine.
Do not disturb the decorum of the house.
Now I've got 2 more logos there. It's a large medical device pharma company. Most of you know that, at least. Some students may not know. They are the largest, I think, stent maker in the world, which is used for heart attack, angio and all that. उसके ऊपर एक और कंपनी है, which is TiE Women Finalist of 2021. And what she has done is, I was her mentor. She has worked in natural silk research for the last 20 years. She's a PhD from IIT Bombay. तो नेचुरल सिल्क प्रोटीन होता है, तो हमारी बॉडी में प्रोटीन है. तो जैसे आपका एक्सीडेंट हो गया, आपकी हड्डी टूट गई, उसमें होल हो गया, अब वो मटेरियल डाल के हड्डी को ठीक करते हैं, they are all artificial material, परेशानी होती है, healing नहीं होती है. Breast cancer, when the breast is removed because of breast cancer, breast reconstruction is a very complex surgery, and very few surgeons can do it. So the breast cancer patient has to wait 6, 7, 8, 9 months. I think if you God forbid, if you know some people, they wait for that long before a surgery can happen. So this is not just a physical ailment, but also an emotional trauma. Right? But with Terrigen, simple surgeon can do the surgery. So what she has done is she has taken natural silk and created material which hospital surgeons can use. Who is the user here for this material?
End consumer is of course the
End consumer is who? The lady, right? The patient, right? Hospital is the mediator. Right? Where will you sell to? Hospital. Hospital को बेचोगे. I'll give you an example. Another slightly. आप कहीं हॉस्पिटल जाते हो उसके अंदर एक फार्मेसी होती है और आपको पेन किलर लेना हो तो आप जाते हो फार्मेसी में तो डिस्प्ले नहीं है मेरे पास ये इक्विवेलेंट आप खरीद लेते हो. So you as a user are the decision maker. But when it comes to stent or protein material, we are not the decision maker, our surgeon or hospitalist. So there is a fine difference between B2B to C, which is what Sachin and our company was doing, selling the jewelry, versus buying protein material, buying stent for patients. B2B for C. In case of SAP, the user is an enterprise user. I sit in the accounting department, payroll department, मुझे एक टर्मिनल दिया जाता है, मैं इन्वेंटरी, I'm a corporate user. But stent, I'm a personal user. लेकिन decision is by the hospital. In case of Amazon or Flipkart or any of this, end user decides. There's a difference, right? So B2B, आप एक बैंक के लिए मोबाइल ऐप बनाए. So all your dealings are with bank. आप उस बैंक को बेचोगे. कौन यूज करेगा? हो सकता है कि it may be banks consumers, it may be banks HNI customers. So that is again a B2B for C. When it comes to usability, B2B for C is the most complex business. Because it has to, just imagine send doesn't work. Huh? Yeah.
If I'm selling it to a retailer, my product to sell to my consumer, what is
B2B2C.
B2B2C, right?
That's B2B2C. So this is B2B for C. Mobile app also. Let's say you built a Fundu app for ICICI Bank's HNIs. And they gave it to all the HNIs who have, say, whatever, X crore in their bank. And the app fails. Or it's not very comfortable. A CEO calling, ICICI Bank, that app you guys gave me, it is shit. It doesn't work. Right? And it has to be flawless. While a SAP enterprise user will not feel that. Coming to our example, the network administrator of a high-end security enterprise is a very knowledgeable person about network and security. लेकिन आप लोग स्टॉपर शॉप में जा रहे हो, ऑर्बिट मॉल में जा रहे हो, इधर जा रहे हो, हमारा डिवाइस लगा हुआ है. Now you will वाईफाई नहीं करना है. And so it has to be extremely flawless. Founders have to ask a question: where will be my market? Where will I sell? आज है, कल है, परसों है. Because some of your early decisions can also mean you may run into problem down the line. Because you didn't think about it. You see the number of companies that fail when they scale up because markets, they had an opportunity to scale, fail because of lack of thinking around this. The only point I'm trying to drive home is early stage entrepreneurs sometimes do not give adequate importance and priority to market. उनको लगता है बना दिया कि सारी दुनिया हमारे पैर पे आई है और हमसे खरीदेगी. Life is not that easy. Number one. Number two, I may love my children. Sachin may love his children. Madam may love her children. बाहर वाला थोड़ी इतना प्यार करता है. So they will be very, they will not. So you have to make it absolutely clear. So it's very, very important. This is my last logo. Let me ask you, at least some of you, anybody from electrical or computer science background here? IBM क्या क्या करता है बताओ.
Anywhere that there's network, there's IBM.
There is network, there is IBM. There is chipset design, there is IBM. There is AI research, there is IBM.
हर चीज में IBM.
हर चीज में IBM. तो मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि हमारी इच्छा ऐसी है, हम ऐसी कंपनी बनाए IBM टाइप. ये आपकी इच्छा है ना कि बहुत बड़े सक्सेसफुल हो जाए आप. So that is our aspiration. It's good to have that aspiration, but it's a 90-year journey. I'll come back to IBM a little bit later. Okay. So now with this example-based background, let me ask you a few more. Let me ask you the question. What is the market?
Where your consumer lies is your market.
Where you consumerize the market. That's what Sachin has put his stake on the ground. That's his definition. Anybody else? If you ask them, आपने अपनी दादी को पूछा है, परदादी को अगर हो तो पूछा तो वो क्या बोलेगी?
जहाँ सामान खरीदा और बेचा जाता है.
जहाँ सामान खरीदा और बेचा है. तो दादी अगर नेट savvy है तो बोलेगी फ्लिपकार्ट मार्केट है. आजकल there are दादीज who are very very net savvy. फ्लिपकार्ट और अमेज़न मार्केट है. हम लोगों के लिए मार्केट
जहाँ पे हमें कस्टमर्स मिले, जहाँ पे हमारे कस्टमर्स हमको मिले, हमारे
आपके कस्टमर्स कहाँ हैं? हम लोगों के लिए तो हमारी वाइफ और सिस्टर्स की सही हुई मार्केट.
तो इनिशियल स्टेज
पोटेंशियल कस्टमर्स. ये एक्चुअली वेल्दी लोगों की थिंकिंग कर रहे हो आप. 100 करोड़ 500 करोड़ के जो लोगों की थिंकिंग है, जो रोज कभी आपने डेली वेज वर्कर देखा है क्या? आज की दुनिया, आज तक खाना मिले, ये मेरे को कोई भी मुझे देगा, उतना काम करूंगा और मेरे को वड़ा पाव समोसा कुछ भी मिले, इडली, right? That is the brutal focus that daily wage worker has. Early stage entrepreneur in a way is not very different. Brutal focus on where market. Anybody else before I tell you my definition? And none of this I picked up from anywhere. Yeah, I sit and I go through a painful process to define something. Describe तो सब कर लेते हैं. Definition के समय बहुत परेशानी होती है, but निकल आता है कुछ लोगों. ये जो आपने बोला, this is what your दादी will say. Potential customers बोले, they have to have similar requirement, otherwise you don't have market. आप प्रोडक्ट बनाओगे, सर्विस में भी एक पर्टिकुलर क्लास ऑफ सर्विस बनाओगे, you have to now identify potential customers with similar requirement. It could be only 2 of your sister's friends. That's your market. That is your market. When you get that brutal, the business starts happening faster. Because that's all. So we were very clear when we built the company. And I'll come to that a little bit later. We hired a CEO in US for my company, and we said banks. I told him, look, ICICI Bank is an early adopter of technology, and if they buy it, we will have it. I also told him my contacts in ICICI banks are no longer there. So I have no way to get there, but we should fund this. One of our investor venture capital had Texas Instruments as a fund. So they will Texas TI fund. So he said TI is very early adopter of technology. We'll go to TI. So we had few baskets of customers. I said, I know TCS very well, and TCS adopt technology early. I'll go to TCS. I'll go to Chennai. I know that I was running their network. So 3 या 4 हमारे लोगों से था. And we were lucky that ICICI Bank actually did an inbound call for wireless security. Somebody told him that, because the CIO, Mr. Mora, at that time, was extremely concerned with Wi-Fi. Executives were asking, and he said, I will not put bank address until I find the security. So, दबा के रखा था. So the head of security, he called someone and they gave my name. And the moment I saw an inbound call from ICICI Bank, this is luck. Okay? So very important, luck plays a very, very important role in your life. Creating a customer out of nowhere requires luck.
They say you have to work hard to get lucky.
You work hard to get lucky, and sometimes world will make you lucky. World will make you lucky. So we created all of them as customers. So it's very, very important to understand this mindset that when you see a Blinkit founder, when you see Bombay Shaving, when you see all of them, right? Bombay Shaving brought the audacious call. And reason I know is because he used to talk to me, my son Shantanu. He asked me once, a very interesting story, that you like Samsonite overnight. और मैंने कहा इसकी सवाल के पीछे कुछ न कुछ तो ट्रिक है. I like it. It's nice study. I can bang it around, still stays. What if you are a small refrigerator unit, so that your water bottle remains cold? And that'll be good. What if it has a little platform where you can take your laptop down and hack it? 5, 7, 8 years. That'll be good. So he was trying to figure out, and then he asked me about Gillette. So I told him that, look, when we were students, हमारे पास वो गंदा सा ब्लेड हुआ करता था, रेजर सारी कटती थी. टोपाज जो सबसे ब्लेड है वो यूज करते थे. कभी अगर नाइट हो, कोई स्पेशल ओकेजन हो, हॉस्टल में होते 7 o'clock लेके आते थे यार. 7 o'clock में शार्प अच्छी ब्लेड थी. And I told him, I think around mid-80s, Gillette brought a blade with multiple blades, and I have forgotten that. Though I know that that blade did a better job. 7 o'clock did a better job than Gillette.
Now these days, trimmer has fixed it.
The trimmer, because of this. So, interesting hypothesis of an entrepreneur. If a company, and I said 90%, there was Malhotra's, there was Supermax, all kinds of Wilkinson, bunch of razor companies were there. They all became nothing. Gillette had a 95% market share. His thesis was, when a company goes to that level of domination, you can possibly create a competitor. Before they notice you, you would have become big. So he brought, and then he combined this with something else very interesting. And he always teases, Mom, Dad, you were a good student. You didn't date. I'm sad that you didn't enjoy life as much as we are enjoying. Wonderful. I'm still enjoying life. And, Mom came along. My mother, actually, my wife was my mother's student. So lucky that somebody said, here is a wonderful girl you want to marry. So today we have to struggle hard to find a girl. So boys cannot depend on their parents to find a girl for them. So boys have to groom themselves. So you put the two together and say there is a potential market for grooming in India. Grooming in India. Now just see the hypothesis of an entrepreneur. It could have still failed, but somebody said, Gillette se tum compete kar rahe ho. This is what a middle class will say. Gillette se tum घबरा देते हैं अच्छे लोग. But I said, well, that's the thesis. And I came from TCS where, we were like this much. IBM was there, and in my early stage there was a competitive bidding, and I beat IBM in 1985. So मुझे तो कोई घबराहट नहीं थी. Later, when I was Tech Mahindra CEO, I met a very senior executive of IBM who used to report to the chairman. He said, by the time we figured out what TCS was, we were in tough condition on the service market. So I said, I had decided never to entertain any software company that starts with the word T, with letter T. ये कभी भी अपना आपका लंच खराब कर सकते हैं. So smart, agile companies can do wonders. You know why world likes Indian software? Not because of price. Litigation on back delivery is non-existent with Indian software. The amount of lawsuits that happen in the US because you did not deliver, they suddenly went down because of the quality of software. So something, of course, there is a big cost arbitrage, availability of people, scalability, but litigation went down. One of the CIs in New York told me, I don't have to worry about lawsuits anymore because you guys will do a good job. So, you know, there are things like that that happen. So, but it's a similar requirement in a basket of customers is very, very important. Now, if market is a basket of customers with similar requirement, what is go-to-market strategy?
How to reach out and acquire customers?
You're 90% there. He's answered the question because he's an experienced entrepreneur. He's been through that. Yeah? No, but I somebody else. Yeah? Figuring out what works for your customer. Okay? But आप strategy पे हो अभी. So ये आपकी, well, that's a product management strategy. Yes?
What are the similar customers doing?
Finding out that. Yeah?
How we are different from others and what new we are doing.
Very important. Very important. It's an enabler for your strategy. But it's not the strategy. जैसे आपने कोई strategy बनाई है, why should somebody go with you? Because of what you said. Well, you're better, nobody else has it, stuff like that. What is strategy? And I think he almost came there. Let me see what I've got for that. Integral University Wi-Fi is okay. And how do you build this? Friends, families. You know, when you decide what is the market, one of your employees might say, my uncle is a lieutenant general, looks after central defense stores. Why don't you go to him? Now you're dealing with a lieutenant general who might give you an order. I'm just giving you an example, but such things happen. So, friends, family, how many of you have created a customer as in an enterprise? You have done such a, you would have done. कहाँ से आपके customers कहाँ पहला customer कहाँ से friends and family है 99.9% friends and family. अब अपना काम कर दिया गैप हो गया तो चलता है. I'll give you an interesting creative thinking. Samir Pallitkar was our third founder. Praveen Bhagwat and I created the company. And Praveen, by the way, is the inventor of Wi-Fi technology. His work created Wi-Fi. So he said, यार ये बनाया तो है इसमें सिक्योरिटी का बहुत सारे फोर्स है. तो ठीक है उसमें कंपनी बनाते हैं सिक्योरिटी का. Samir, what he did was when we closed Series A $10 million round in California, he went to the law firm and we were thinking, and we said, law firm, lawyer's office is a high security. They'll not want anything to break. So he went to the law firm that represented our venture capitalists. They said, you guys have made a pot of money representing these VCs. Huh? Give me a purchase order for $5,000. I'm going to leave 2 devices with you. Because I need a reference. So they gladly gave us a purchase order. And so we said, okay, we have a PO for 2 of our devices. I think we didn't even have 10% of our technology in there. Making devices very clear. So all we needed was first customer, and one of the founders said, let's go to the law firm that represents us and get a PO from there. Friend, family to हमारे device खरीदने वाले नहीं थे. So I think applying yourself to getting your first customer, 99.9% is this. Sometimes, if you get a good amount of money, like what Shantanu did, he raised a very large angel round, so he could experiment with that razor on a market, build it. Okay, here is what I'm going to do some launch, get something else, spend maybe a crore or something and see what happens. Maybe 10 people buy, but then you have to do that. So make sure that your first customer, how they come from where they come, is a very important thing. So we said that where to sell, what to sell, and the mechanism of how to create a customer. Lead generation, reaching out to friends and family, Amazon, branding, announcement, newspaper में अगर आपको ad डालनी जो भी, there is a whole plethora of modern and old things which you can use. Putting them all together is your go-to-market strategy. It might be, 10 में से 6 लोगों ने खरीद लिया. We go to the 10, those 6 customers and ask them, you now give us your friends, so we get another maybe 40 women who will buy it. Then something, so it could be organic, it could be big, but founders have to think through it very, very carefully. I used to have a clear this thing, 2 or 3 things which I did, which I feel work for, at least for us. We didn't hire any sales people because it was complex. The technology was complex, and it was first time. The way I could explain to a CIO, average salesperson would not be able to explain. Because उसका भी परेशान. The salesperson will I don't know, fire in 6 months. वो नहीं करेंगे.
One quick question here. So we creating those pitches which can sell most, and those working on the कौन से word use करें, कौन सी line use करें, जो sell करते हैं, ये is this considered part of ATM?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Not only that, see क्या होता है, in B2B, you get a chance to physically engage with the potential customer. You're dealing with CIO, CFO, some C-level who will write a check for you. In B2C, you don't have that. शायरियाँ तो सब जब आपका 100-150 पेज होंगे तो then you will go to platforms like Amazon, दुकानें, कुछ ना कुछ करोगे. You will not know everyone who's bought for you. So B2C sale, at least I find it difficult. It's difficult. To give you a same technology, similar technology, physics is same, but the products are different. You take an aircraft. These are the same Bernoulli's equation. An aircraft takes off. Drone, same thing. Now drones for direct to consumer जो selfie बनाते हैं versus selling an aircraft, 2 different businesses. Okay? But if you are bringing out a new jet, which is different than Boeing, and you're bringing something very, very different, कि आपका वहाँ जाने के बाद, it will take you to stratosphere and bring you back. Something you have to have. Now that conversation is very important. Since you, Sachin, brought that topic, I want to share this thought with you. Many times, first-time founders, आप conference B2B conference में गए, somebody senior level comes and starts to, you have a meeting. अब आप पहले 5 मिनट क्या? You don't know that person. What do you do in first 5 minutes?
Getting to know him better, probably.
Correct. Before you meet, what will you do?
Getting to know his company and his needs, his problems. Learn more about.
Correct. I always think what newspaper, daily, everybody has some read in the morning. What is it they read? If he or she is going to read Economic Times, I'll make sure that I read ET that morning. If that person is from, let's say, Safar newspaper, I read Sakal, if I'm meeting Sakal CIO. So that is, you have to know if something extraordinary has happened for that company, good, bad, or ugly, you need to know that. That is number one. I think many people forget to start conversation with them rather than जाके बड़ हमारा प्रोडक्ट के बारे में बताना शुरू कर देते हैं 2 मिनट में पर्सन गेट्स स्टॉप होता है ना never ever do that never ever do that
Start and engage in the conversation.
even people like us who have connections, people know us, right? Even then I would go, अरे किरण तुमने आजकल ये कंपनी शुरू की है क्या? हाँ कंपनी शुरू आज आप कैसे हो? Now that it's very important, we miss that completely. तो ये चीजें मतलब ये धीरे कॉमन सेंस है, इसको सिखाना पड़ता है लेकिन जो आपने बताया प्रोडक्ट है दूसरा लैपटॉप खोल लेते हैं आते से लैपटॉप खोल मत खोलो लैपटॉप बताओ I when we do the nurture mentoring program so we interview these founders in a one-on-one like cat के interviews होते हैं so लैपटॉप बंद कर बता आप क्या कर रहे हो कंपनी बताओ now they are able to explain orally in a concise manner I know the quality of founder
30 seconds
30 seconds. So it's very important to understand some of these finer nuances. And I think from a university perspective or from a TiE perspective, some of these case studies should embody this. तब जाके value आती है. So it's very important to understand this. Now I want to shift the gear a little bit and talk about lead generation. Is an important aspect of finding out the basket of customers who are interested. एक लिमिट के बाद common contact आपके हो गए जैसे he said ना friends family disappeared now. Now you have to go to people who are first, second, third level of indirection that you're finding out. What is a lead is most misunderstood among the founder world. Because we are so optimistic lot कि किसी ने स्माइल दे दी तो लगता है ये कस्टमर होने वाला है होता है हम योर एंटरप्रेन्योर लेकिन होप होती है अपनी है एंड द होप्स आर गुड बट लाइफ इज sometimes it does happen but not every time so exactly has it ever happened to any of you contract sign होने के बाद project Why? This is live teaching. Something happens, and the live teaching. You all may remember 2008.com pandemic, 1987 Black Monday. I don't know how many of you remember New York Stock Exchange. हाँ वो मिलते हैं लेकिन वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ही खत्म हो गया ऐसे कुछ एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी आपके साथ कस्टमर्स खत्म हो गए मतलब people just went away, somebody died, somebody moved on. These things do happen. So it's a very non-linear thing, but let's understand that piece first. I'm going to switch from here to sales now. I'm getting this constantly from Integral University.
So is there any issue with the Wi-Fi?
The Wi-Fi पूछ रहा है वो करना पड़ेगा. So what is your 1.0 go-to-market? Simple, whatever basket of customers, right? I'll quickly go through it and come to lead generation. There are a few things I want to tell you about. You probably second stage, you do the same thing. आपने कुछ outbound calling setup की है, किसी को outsource किया, starting to get more. You do more of the same on a larger scale with 2.0. You might do something a little differently, but that's what you do. और नीचे POC आपकी मतलब जैसे सचिन है starting, we can't make 1,000 earrings in a day. हमारी कैपेसिटी नहीं है अगर किसी ने बोला मेरे को 100 चाहिए हम नहीं बना पाएंगे. But after a while we will be so our capacity is also there. So that's 1.0. 2.0 is expanded offering additional logos. We're starting to become part of the acceleration. जो मैंने एक slide बताई थी ना acceleration that's what happens. I'll tell you some counterintuitive go-to-market. Say we are now selling, our business is 5 crore and we have sold 18 karat gold. Now we decide that platinum, white metal, fine jewelry has a demand. So we are stopping this stock. So we are discontinuing a product. And we make an announcement. Sakin Kiran Limited, discontinue. मार्केट को मैसेज क्या जाता है यार कुछ तो भी something is cooking. A company discontinuing product sends a powerful message to the consumers and a scare in the minds of competition. That means you have something else to make your business, so you might come harder at us. Most entrepreneurs, even experienced people, miss out that this is very, very important. And sometimes you may. हम लोगों ने क्या किया था? This suppose let's say we went to her and Dr. Nadeem and मैंने उनको Wi-Fi pitch किया. So they said, हमारा इतना बड़ा campus है, हमारे hostel है, 5 departments हैं, कितने devices लगेंगे? Normal question somebody will ask. The state of the art was literally Chinese army. 15 लोग आएंगे, डिवाइस लेके सिग्नल मेजरमेंट करेंगे, इनको परेशान करेंगे, इनकी 50 जगह सिग्नेचर लेंगे, उसके बावजूद भी सारी गलत स्प्रेडशीट. There is a research paper from AT&T Belfast. All we did was we implemented that into a planner product. You send me your AutoCAD drawing, I'll tell you where to put the devices, how much. Human touch gone. That was the product. And it was very useful product. People found it. And some of them even जो अपना exit होता है ना, fire escape, हमारे पास drawing नहीं है, बहुत पुरानी बिल्डिंग है. पर मैं तुम्हारे पास fire exit का drawing तो है. वो drawing लेते हैं, उसको कहीं नहीं तो दरवाजा देखेंगे, हमको मालूम है 3 फीट का दरवाजा होता है. We would scale up everything and we'll give that. Right? Came a time when that selling of that product was not worthwhile. So we made it a public domain, open source. Now the message that went to the market, that means company must have become big. All our resellers started downloading it and we became very popular among Wi-Fi resellers. So discontinuing a product, hiring a CEO, all of these are very powerful go-to-market messages. Investment. People remember, investment हुआ के फट से प्रेस रिलीज होती है, लेकिन सीनियर एग्जीक्यूटिव हायर की प्रेस रिलीज उतनी पावरफुल नहीं होती. प्रोडक्ट डिसकंटिन्यूएशन की people, first time entrepreneurs, seasoned लोग तो समझ जाते हैं, first time entrepreneurs always miss it. So that is what we also teach. Just remember some of these things. These are part of, founders have to carry the responsibility to do all of this in the early stages of future.
I have a question. I don't know if it is on time or little late in that time. आपने PMF की बात की है, the product market fit. कब पता लगता है कि जो हमने प्रोडक्ट बनाया है वो बिल्कुल मार्केट में फिट बैठ रहा है? How do you ascertain कि अब समझ में आने लग गया ये है इसलिए प्रोडक्ट फिट हो रहा है?
I'll give you my view, Sachin. ये आपको बहुत लेट मालूम, it's a late realization. However, industry में the way people are looking at it, MVP बना लिया, 1.2 बना लिया, product market fit हो गई, 15 कस्टमर आ, you're far away from product. You will never know. You will get some sense of it, but you will never know.
कोई पैरामीटर्स हैं जिससे आप जज कर सकते हो कि ये अगर हो रहा है तो मार्केट में फिट हो रहा है आपका प्रोडक्ट?
What I've done is pure gut feel. Personally, pure gut feel किया है, this is going to fit. People will need it. People will need it. Yeah. But if you get 10 people to talk about PMF, they will say, हाँ ये दोनों product market fit हो गई. नहीं होती है, because the number of failures, number of products that people design and how many of them fall by the wayside is so large. It's dangerous to talk about PMF very early. But if you're successful, people are buying it, you're discontinued something, you're growing, enjoy that journey and somewhere मतलब आप एवरेज जा रहे हो तो आप बराबर बेस कैंप पे जा रहे हो, गिरे नहीं हो. You haven't failed so far. I look at the chronology because sometimes government standards come. GDPR, privacy, all of these can destroy your strategy. Or government can enable it. Security हम लोगों ने डाली. If you recall 2008 में there was a Wi-Fi attack on a expat who used to live in Mumbai. तो उसने घर पे अपने Wi-Fi लगाया और somebody hacked it. It went all the way to IB and RAW and everybody else. So we did some study. We told the Ministry of Home, this is the reason. Concept of OTP came from there. So we have said we have कि क्या होता है वाईफाई का जो प्रोटोकॉल जस्ट वो लेवल पे आपको मालूम नहीं कि किसका डिवाइस है. आपको एक नंबर आता है कि बराबर लैपटॉप पे 50 मिनट पे सिस्टम. We said we have to link it to जैसे यूपीआई मोबाइल से लिंक किया है. हमने बोला आपको इसको मोबाइल से लिंक करना पड़ेगा. And only you can say here is a person whose laptop or whose mobile will use. That concept of but you never know that fuel the security. So you entrepreneurs cannot cut everything that comes their way, positive or negative. Any questions on this? So think anything that helps augment yourself in the market. You are a founder and you have taken non-executive position. You are hired as CEO. Send a message to the market. Send a message to the market. All of these are go-to-market strategy. Okay.
Feedback from the customer will be. Customers में feedback मिल जाए वो जो है वो
कस्टमर से फीडबैक लीजिए आप, लेकिन
का जो क्वेश्चन उसमें ये अभी हमें किस लेवल पे है कितना हम अच्छा कर पा रहे हैं तो कस्टमर से फीडबैक मिल जाए तो एक अच्छा एक्शन हो सकता है.
See, if the idea and the solution you are building is in mature domain where people understand it, then customers will give you very meaningful feedback. Lekin if it is something totally new, then customers are also looking for you to guide them. So it can be a collaborative process. Like I used to ask, then you ask me, what do I say? I used to ask the CIA that you don't want outsiders to enter your enterprise network. अभी आपने firewall लगाई है, लेकिन ये Wi-Fi तो मतलब आपका your front door is locked, your back door is open, and thief is invisible. You can't see Wi-Fi. People will say, yeah, that's right. My back windows are open.
हार्ड हिटिंग वर्ड मिलना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है.
ये आपको ढूंढ के निकालना
और माल बेचना शुरू हो जाता है, राइट?
तमाम हम लोग उस पर many entrepreneurs do not spend enough time in refining their pitch. I
tell you, we were struggling what word to use to have more and more entrepreneurs actually register for this workshop which was coming up.
Exactly.
एक हफ्ते तक अलग अलग वर्ड यूज किए, तब जाके समझ में आया कि सेल्स को सबसे ऊपर लिखो, जीटीएम को बाद में लिखो.
Exactly.
So I mean again, so बड़ा टाइम लगता है. Word the customer right, and he'll say okay मेरे पैसे लो, मुझे माल दो.
Something, sometimes your strategy is like Pune, there is a DY Patil Institute, like yourself. आप लोगों को मालूम भी होगा. So they have a medical college, they have everything. One of my engineers, his neighbor was network administrator of DY. So he said, तुम सारी दुनिया में जाके तुम्हारे devices बेचते हो, but we in DY Patil buy a lot of access points. So तुम तो मुझे भी बता सकते हैं. So he said, look, our president has told us don't go to education. So I asked him why. He gave this reason. No, we value security and our chairperson values security. And so that this is not correct with DY Patil. Now, my team was that, and this also I want to share with entrepreneurs. Sometimes we preside too heavily on our team. They knew these guidelines, but they were free to We were a eclectic bunch. मतलब एकदम liberal democracy थी, कुछ भी करना हो कर. This guy went there, put a proposal, they hid it from me completely. My election command, and so one of the senior guys came to me. I want to talk to you, and all of you know when some employee comes and says, "I want to talk to you," resignation पहला डॉट में आता है. And तो मैं तैयार था कि ये दोनों में से कौन resign कर रहा है. And they gave me a purchase order from Liver. And so मुझे समझ आ गया कि why they are showing me the purchase order. So I said, look, I'm giving you some guidelines as a coach, which shots to hit and which shots not to hit. लेकिन फील्ड में तो तुम हो. If you have hit it outside the park, I will only clap for you. Then one of them says, now that you are saying it, I will go after education sector. He converted about 15 IITs, they buy other devices. So, you know, things can change with this, but you have to be flexible. Sometimes, you know, I find first time आपकी बन गई, आप flexible ही नहीं हो उसको change करने.
So I can give an example, and this can be funny. हमारे वेट लॉस सेंटर भी ठीक है. अब उसमें शुरू में तो जब आदमी ज्वाइन करता है या अच्छा लेडी, उसका बेसिक नीड है कि उसको वजन कम करना. हाँ, ठीक है. बट व्हाई वुड शी कंटिन्यू, हमें बड़ी देर बाद रियलाइज हुआ कि अगर वेट लॉस उसके बाद 5, 7, 10 किलो हो गया, एंड इफ शी स्टार्टेड फीलिंग रीजनेबली फाइन, और उसको एक्चुअली भले 10 केजी जाना हो, वो उसके बाद नहीं भी हो तो भी 2 साल से हमारे आ रही है. तो मैं बोला यार ऐसे बहुत सारे हैं. हमने इंटरव्यू किया, नॉट एग्जैक्टली इंटरव्यू, बट बातचीत करना शुरू करी तो पता लगा क्यों आते हैं. क्योंकि 7 से दूर हो जाए थोड़ी देर के लिए, 1 घंटा आते हैं यहाँ पे तो बड़ा सुकून मिलता है. नो, दिस इज अनरियलाइज्ड नीड वी वर सैटिस्फाइंग. 1 घंटा घर में बोर होते थे, सुननी पड़ती थी सास की, ये दिमाग में नहीं आएगा. लेकिन तो शी वाज हैप्पी कि भाई 1 घंटा आते रहो, वजन कम होना ना हो तो अच्छा है. ना हो तो पति देता रहेगा पैसे, ये भैया जाओ जाते रहो. तो हमें रियलाइज नहीं, ये पतला नहीं होना चाहते, इनको बस आना है.
Shantanu told me something very interesting and very similar. So Bombay Stadium launched a brand called BOMBAE, color change किया everything. And this is something that if any of you are B2B founders, ना हम लोगों को branding की अकल बहुत कम होती है. But B2C, direct to consumer, because their business depends on brand. They're very sensitive about it. So they think of color, logo, ये हम लोगों को दिमाग में नहीं आता, हमको product दिमाग में आता है, उसकी feature दिमाग में. He told me something very interesting. He said that a woman in shower is time of liberation for her. She is by herself. There is no mother-in-law. So 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes जो भी है. So at that time, if you give her something that she can buy, she'll go on and buy. So this was the thought process to create. Now, I don't think I will ever capture that kind of a sense. But if you're a D2C founder, if you're in fashion, if you're in anything, well, back the brainstorming karo, don't make it too simple because it might be.
So let me give you another, funny example for all of us here. तो हमारा वो डायबिटिक फ्रेंडली फूड प्रोडक्ट भी है कीरोस में. तो देयर वाज अ टाइम कुछ 1.5 साल पहले मैंने सोचा मैंने सोचा पर्सनली आई टॉक टू 100 पीपल पर्सनली एंड सी व्हाई दे आर रिपीटिंग. खास करके 4 बार 3 बार खरीद लिया. तो मैंने बोला कि एक क्वेश्चन था, किस टाइम खरीदना पसंद करते हो, मतलब खाना पसंद करते हो. आई एम सो सॉरी. तो व्हिच इज द बेस्ट टाइम व्हेन यू लाइक टू कंज्यूम आवर नमकीन्स जो हमारे डायबिटिक फ्रेंडली. तो बड़ा ओवरवेलमिंग आंसर, परसेंटेज ऑफ आंसर था, स्पेशली मेज. यार शाम को जब दारू के साथ बैठता हूँ तो बड़ा मजा आता है तुम्हारी नमकीन. एंड वी रियलाइज कि हमने तो कभी बनाई नहीं ऐसे लोगों के लिए. और ऐसे लोग हम तो सोचते थे हम बड़ा हेल्थ कॉन्शियस लोगों के लिए प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं, ये तो खाई इसलिए रहे क्योंकि इनको लिकर के साथ लेना. तो मैंने कहा क्यों है सर? तो उनका कहना था कि you make me, this product actually makes me eligible for one more drink because you think तो एक ड्रिंक एक्स्ट्रा हो जाएगा तो क्या रहेगा.
And this is something where you say customer feedback. If such feedback comes, it's very enriching. I'll give you a similar interesting example in United States, and I will after this will probably take a break. Is getting to one thing. In United States, children schools, all schools are mandated to provide secure internet access to children. तो आप स्कूल जाते हो तो कंप्यूटर लैब होती थी बच्चे उसमें. Now children started bringing laptops, iPads. Now they started asking for Wi-Fi. And this is like 2010, 2009, 8. Laptops and iPads started hitting them. iPhone started, pehla wala iPhone 5, 6. There was no security. And all the Wi-Fi, after school है, residential neighborhood है, सारे Wi-Fi open है, तो बच्चे क्या हैं, children are very creative. पड़ोस वाला लैब खरीद लिया, अपना वो ले लिया. Now I have a free internet access. मेरे को ना parents control कर रहे हैं, school control कर रहा है. तो on sites, this, that, 8वीं 9वीं 10वीं के बच्चे they were having a ball. So the school actually went to all the apartment houses in their neighborhood for 200 meters, asking them to put a security. One of our sales guys in Saranka, his son was in the school. So he went to the principal and said, I will give you a security. And if the school is insecure, after federal subsidy comes. So we got Southern California School District, Arizona School District. The technology there was an inside person in an enterprise does not connect to outside. That was the technology we had. But it got used to in schools. So हमको मालूम ही नहीं था कि ऐसे फेडरल ग्रांट होती है, कम होती है. We didn't know about something. So I think sometimes you're right, but I would say don't expect everything customer tells you. आपको अपना भी उसमें if it's a more engagement, that is better. And it's also true in service. In service also, those of you are thinking of service, sometimes we feel good. We will ask, we'll do as per the customer wants us to. No. You have to guide the customer to a better solution. Then they will start valuing you, otherwise they are not valuing you. Shall we take a break here? We'll take a break here and then come back. I want to share with you the sales side of it, the organizing. The main topic is not launching here. So we'll go through what we will do is the product sale, the service sale, lead generation. All of these topics are, we have our own mechanism. And I'll also try to, let's say you have built a company and now investors have come. First round of investors came, they were friends. Now your second round investor, what is your pipeline? ये बहुत popular, what's your much pipeline? Founders do hand waving like anything. Pipeline can be anything. I will give you a very formal, proper, sustainable way to describe your pipeline. So if your growth stage is your pipeline, I have used it for a long period of time, except for 1 or 2 times I have not generally gone wrong. Because target miss ho jata hai. And it is very easy for finance people to understand. So we will come to that and then we will leave it open for case study.
When are we meet?
So we decide. I'd like to do it quickly unless you have something else.
When are we meeting again? Announce the time.
For me, 10 minutes is good enough, but I'm not proceeding.
Maybe a lunch break might.
We can do a lunch break right now.
But come back to break for lunch or you can wait for.
I'm okay. I'm okay. If you want to take a comfort break and come back, I'm fine.
So half an hour break is enough? Yeah, or zyada?
Half an hour.
So 2 o'clock we can meet again?
2 o'clock?
2 o'clock.
Perfect. Okay. And how many of you are interested in the case study? A lot of hands have gone up. So all of you will come back. ठीक है,
around 20 minutes. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to resuming our session very soon.
So 2 o'clock sharp?
Yeah. जो लैब है ना, लैब का नाम और जहाँ जो लैब का वो बताएंगे सब कैसे देखो अगर इशू नहीं होगा तो अंदर सब थोड़ा सा नहीं होगा तो पहला नंबर आ रहा है उसको हम तो निकल जा रहा है अंदर सब्जेक्ट भी तो होगा तो वहाँ हो सकता है देख सकते हैं जाओ वहाँ
अच्छा हो गया लीडिंग टावर ऑफ रिसर्च देखो बात नहीं है you guys can see that no? It's kind of slanted this side देखो बात नहीं रखते हाँ we did I think you guys can come closer, no? I don't have a gun with me. No.
Welcome back after the brief intermission. Before we proceed, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Ashish Kaul, sir, the immediate past president of TiE Lucknow. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude by presenting a bouquet as a small token of appreciation. Please put your hands together, sir. Thank you. I'd now like to re-invite Mr. Kiran Deshpande, sir, who will resume the session and lead us through some captivating live case studies.
So I know that one becomes a little lazy. Lethargic, थोड़ी नींद वगैरह आती है, वो सब होता है. So we'll try and stay awake, but if you close your eyes for a couple of minutes or something, it's all okay. It's all part of life. Yeah? I'll try and keep you awake. So we kind of went through the definition of market, go-to-market, with some examples, minor, major nuances, and role of founders. We're constantly talking about what founders should do, and you will see that thread throughout this. That the founders are very, very important, and we have to play that role. I don't know how many of you get scared. This is not what I had asked for. My co-founder Praveen says if he knew all that we had to go through, I don't think we would have done Mojo at all. But that's the way it is. Okay. So we'll switch the gear right now. What is sales? बहुत सिंपल है. Your thought process is correct. बहुत सिंपल. बेचना है, मतलब बेच का मतलब एक चीज बेचना, लेकिन उसको डिफाइन कैसे?
किसी की जरूरत के हिसाब से उसको वो चीज देना, जो जिसकी जरूरत है उसको वो देना, जबरदस्ती नहीं. बेचना बट जरूरत के हिसाब से.
सो प्रोसेस क्या है बेचना? मतलब क्या है? When will you say कि बेचा?
लेकिन हमने किसी की विश या डिजायर फुलफिल की, कि उसका मन था वो चीज लेने का.
बैंक अकाउंट मनी आपने डिजायर फुलफिल की और एक भी पैसा नहीं मिला.
नहीं सर, बेच दिया.
पैसा तो मिलना ही है.
हाँ, पैसा तो मिलना ही
है नहीं? जो उन्होंने बोला कि पैसा तो मिलना ही है. unless you decide not to charge. And so, transaction contract.
As per the sales of good act, it's the transfer of property and ownership from one person to another in return of the cash, in return of the
फिर सॉफ्टवेयर SaaS को आप कैसे डिफाइन करेंगे? ओनरशिप नहीं जाती, राइट टू यूज, तो मतलब हाँ सही बात, लेकिन यू से ट्रांजैक्शन थिंक आई लाइक योर nomenclature. I'm also teased by it, but let me share with you what I had put, and maybe we'll come back to this question. If I forget, remind me. So ये defined opportunity किस चिड़िया का नाम? So reason I called it contract was, let's say if I go to a neighborhood shop, मुझे जैसे हमारे इंदौर के पड़ोस में छोटे गांव में एक कोलगेट देना, he is not asking for Colgate, he is asking for a toothpaste. If you give him anything else, वो लेके जाएगा. But for him, and when they buy it, and I don't know how many of you have seen, I have seen a daily wage worker will carry a toothbrush. और वो वहाँ उसका टूथपेस्ट लगी रहती है. ₹1 का देना, 50 पैसे का देना. तो रोज आई एम अ डेली वेज वर्कर, मेरे को 40-50 रुपए मिलते हैं. उसमें मुझे so buying a toothpaste is a capital investment. That toothpaste, you know, 20-25 रुपए मेरा एक दिन की पूरी सैलरी जाती है, तो मैं दुकान पर जाता हूँ, तो वो उसके बाद 50 लोग आते थे, वो अपनी ट्यूब रखता है. अब तो उसमें कुछ भी तो टूथपेस्ट आती है, कोलगेट देना. So there is a purchase that is happening, leap of faith that I am paying you for the toothpaste, and when I use it, it will deliver the value that I'm expecting. Conceptually, that is no different than when I signed a contract with Jio, which had 51 pages and many clauses which were like, ये मना करो तो यहाँ आएगा, यहाँ करो तो वहाँ आएगा. मतलब they had same clauses sprinkled all over the place. There is a lot of large corporations you do that. You have to be, मतलब जिसको बोलते हैं मराठी में तेल लाऊं बघाव लगता है. You have to be, eyes have to be very sharp. So there is a leap of faith. There is a contract for buying and selling, and paying money, and selling or doing something like, I think किसी ने बोला कि value, आपने बोला ना value, I'm giving a value, and in lieu of that, you sign a contract and you pay me for that. The process that brings you to that is sales. Sale is an event, but sales process is different, and that's what we will see.
I have a question.
Huh.
Demand that we need to serve in the market.
You just wait for a couple of slides, and then I think we will come to your question. I think your question is a slide away. So why I call it defined opportunity, and this is my several years of work as a CEO, as a founder, what I have to report to the board and my CFO so that they trust me on a rainy day. सब अच्छा चल रहा है तो सभी अच्छा चल रहा होता है ना. During my MBT tenure, you know, dollar was going up, sterling was also going up. Our business in sterling, when I joined, was about 90%, and it went down to about 40-50% in pound, and dollar went up because we created customers outside BT. 1 year, US dollar went from 42 rupees to 48 rupees. 6 रुपया इसकी वैल्यू डॉलर की बढ़ी. Pound went from 73 rupees to 62 rupees. Company to very, every time I invoice, I will get at the exchange rate. In spite of a very smart treasury person, ऊपर नीचे करते करते पाउंड नीचे ही जा रहा था ना, जितना वहां रखो तो और परेशान है. Infosys announced tremendous results, 30% post office, post tax growth, this, that. And the Infosys boys are very smart in positioning right from everything. So I dissected their business. We grew only by a few percent points. When I was in Tech Mahindra, over 5.5 years, my top line CAGR was 68% and bottom line CAGR was 110%. So when the board is used to such high numbers, suddenly 1 year drop, you know, people will ask CEO the question, कि क्या चल रहा है, क्यों हो रहा है? I did a PNL in native currency. So मेरा डॉलर को डॉलर में रखा, इसको इसमें रखा, and did that. We were doing just as good. The difference was, let's say I have $1 million contract. मैंने आज 200,000 को इनवॉइस किया, तो आज की प्राइस पे आएगा. 3 महीने बाद मेरी दूसरी डिलीवरी हुई, उस टाइम की प्राइस पे आएगा. तो मेरी टॉप लाइन में depreciated rupee is going, और हमारे टॉप लाइन में appreciated rupee was going. So obviously, you know, when something like this happens, your stakeholders, be it your employees, be it your colleagues, CEO फेंकता रहता है यार कंपनी. अब तो there are these doubties ना in the company कि उनको लगता है कि सब खत्म ही होने वाला है. So the coffee machine के कुछ नहीं, आप you know, वो किरण अब नहीं होने वाला है कुछ, वो फंडिंग होने वाली नहीं. This conversations happen. So I think you have to have a credible reason to do that. So it is therefore important to have a simple mechanism to share with you. One thing I've learned is, except for some serious confidentiality, it's a good idea to share with employees and investors same thing, so that आपके दिमाग में complication नहीं रहता है. And if there is a rainy day, they will trust you. Or if you are going down, there are other ways you need to do other things. Just reporting will not help. You have to do something very substantial. So coming to defined opportunities, we will come to that. So call it a transaction, call it a contract, or contract leading to several transactions. That's what it is. I call it contract to contract. कहीं ना कहीं आपने कहीं जुगाड़ करके, जैसे he was saying कि family कहीं से आ गया, and then contract to contract is the sales process. Okay? Now I will share with you 2 slides which will take us to the journey of contract to contract. Different stages as I have understood, and I would like those of you like Ashish, Sachin, all of you, share your ideas. And direct to consumer की भी एक slide, B2B slide and B2C slide. Obviously, I'm not a B2C. It's like I'm a batter and you're asking me to do some part-time bowling. So उस time आप, you know, you help me out with your perspectives. So we did all our strategy. We today, you know, pre-lunch session, we talked about the strategy. And you watch the number -3 there. That's a numerical -3. Okay. So आपकी strategy है, you have market, and let's take Sachin and I. You know, we created a fictitious company, Ashish, in the morning. Sachin and I have decided to sell jewelries. तो हमने 10 earring कुछ तो भी बनाया हमारे गैराज में, और फिर he went to his wife and sister. I went to same thing कि मुझे तुम्हारे 2-4-15 अच्छे कॉन्टैक्ट हो, हमसे ज्वेलरी खरीदेंगे. So that is our running example. So we have decided to take that those women as our basket of customers, and it's our basket of. How do you get the contact? Contact to contract. Contact आएगा कहाँ से? फोन से स्टार्ट करेंगे, या फिर तो बोलेगा तेरी जो महिला खरीदने वाली उनका नंबर देना जा, और मैं जब व्हाट्सएप मैसेज भेजूंगा, ईमेल भेजूंगा, उनको बताना कि मेरा भाई भेज रहा है, तो अननोन नंबर नहीं. That's the first thing that they must respond. Now let me give you some scenario and I would like you to. My sister says, देखो ये जो मेरी friend है ना, वो I don't know how many. Do you know word खड़ूस? मुंबई क्रिकेट ना, they will not give. हाँ, ये मेरी friend बहुत खड़ूस है, लेकिन डिसाइड करती तो खरीदती है. ये जो है ना, ये अच्छी है, कंजूस है, लेकिन तो वी गेटिंग सम कस्टमर प्रोफाइलिंग. ये खड़ूस है, ये अच्छी है, ये प्लायबल है, इसके पास बहुत पैसा है, लेकिन इसका पिताजी और माताजी डिसाइड करते हैं. वी गॉट अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ अ this thing. So we reach out to all of them. Just because they are a referred contact. So खड़ूस ने जवाब दिया कि ये तुम्हारी इतनी लंबी इयरिंग क्यों है, इसका कलर पसंद नहीं आया मेरे को, ये महंगी क्यों है, वगैरह. Bunch of a long WhatsApp message with all kinds of things. The one who is confused, he sent a very nice message. अच्छी है, तुमने कब शुरू किया, वगैरह. Very nice. Now, which one of them is a better trust? खड़ूस. And why?
क्योंकि वो आपसे बात कर रहा है. अगर कस्टमर आपसे कांटेक्ट कर रहा है तो दिस इज द बेस्ट साइन कि वो आपसे खरीदने में इंटरेस्टेड है.
This is $1 million answer.
Yes.
If the customer is engaged, if the prospect, I don't call them customer, जो purchase order मिला ही नहीं है ना, तो अभी तो उसको prospect बोले, transaction हुआ ही नहीं है. In her language, she will say, तुम customer कैसे बोल रहे हो? But if they are engaging with you, it is good. Even if the engagement is confrontation, nobody will connect with you unless they are interested. Nothing against engineer. I am also an engineer. We engineers want linearity. मैंने भेजा, उन्होंने हाँ बोला, फिर मैंने proposal दिया, उन्होंने हाँ बोला. Life is not like that. And anytime we are confronted, we don't like it. If I'm a founder, hotshot founder, engineer, and somebody says I don't like it, इसको अकल नहीं है ना. इनको वायरलेस नहीं समझ में आता है. मेरे को पैसा देता है ना, लेकिन वायरलेस समझ में नहीं आता. इन पैसा दे रहे हैं लोग, तो तुम समझो इसको. And we had IIT rank 33, PhD from Urbana Champaign, a very smart bunch of people.
That's not the case with only engineers. Everyone.
अच्छा?
This is the case with everyone.
नहीं, कुछ लोग आर्टिस्ट लोग होते हैं, थोड़ा.
We can also call it if someone who's experienced. If somebody calls your product that you're not that good, तो हमारे मुंह से मेरा रेट को अकल नहीं है.
ऐसा आता है. So I don't feel that bad as an engineer. How many of your engineers are there? होता है ना, because we see we are taught to take a complex problem, divide it into smaller pieces and solve them. हमको मालूम है कि ये जो फिजिक्स है, इसका गोल्डन गेट ब्रिज बनाने में बहुत अप्रोक्सीमेशंस लगते हैं, तो हमारी थिंकिंग वैसी बना दी जाती है. So the entrepreneur in us sometimes takes a back seat. So we're very right that if they are engaging with it, तो खड़ूस. लेकिन अभी एक ने दो ने जवाब आया, ठीक है, बाकी 10 ने तो कुछ भी नहीं बोला है. They are not customers here. They are not even a prospect here. तो खड़ूस को अपने जवाब दे दिया, हाँ जी, आपको ये रिंग पसंद नहीं है, ये चेंज कर देता हूँ, वगैरह वगैरह. Now there is a silence. 10-day silence. What do you do? Continue to follow without being paid in the and meaningful follow. मतलब ऐसा नहीं सुबह दिन रात 4 दिन करोगे, वो बाग they stop, they block you up. करते हैं ना हम लोग ऐसे. क्या बोले आप?
Sometimes this good morning, good evening doesn't work, even bugs them up.
It can work. And there is a fine tuning of how much you follow, and the most critical piece comes, especially in B2B, the last two. There's one competitor and you've been through your, and there are people in the enterprise organization who are your supporters. They'll give you procurement fast there, two or a company, लेकिन I'm very hopeful of you. अब palpitation बढ़ता है कि नहीं, है? Palpitation बढ़ता है. अब आपने क्या इन्वेस्टर्स को क्या प्रॉमिस करके रखा है, So it's a very stressful thing, and you want to call, but you hold back, hold back. All of us go through that, and it's part of our growing. So you have not got something. Huh?
More information or product or anything like
Something that will at least keep them neutral, if not, negative नहीं होना चाहिए.
We can talk to them about their business.
Huh?
If there's a person जिससे follow up करना है, he is into maybe automobile business. So we can talk to them.
देखो मालूम पड़ जाएगा इनको कनेक्ट कर रहा है. इनको बेचना है इसलिए मेरी पूछ रहे थे. इनको कोई मेरा कोई बड़ा भाई तो नहीं लेकिन. It works if you. Again, this is very subjective. If you know the person beforehand. कई बार ऐसा है, someone who is very close personally to you, when it turns into a business transaction, it brings a very different unknown से तो कर सकते हो आप. But if your cousin is there or sister-in-law or something like that, the dynamics is very different. So one has to be careful about this. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आप sometimes leaving them alone is a good idea. Sometimes making sure that they will not pick your call because they are busy. तो आपका call गया है, so they know that you are trying to follow up, but you are not wasted their time. So multiple, smart ways to do it. Yeah.
अपन क्या करते हैं? In our business, let's say stevia sale हो रही है. Now stevia is a liquid जो sugar का substitute है. For example, तो हमें मालूम है कि वो अब जब उसने बोला कि मेरे को 3 दिन दो सोचता हूँ बताओ. Let's say, our bot has a मतलब हमारे WhatsApp bot का सिस्टम है. तो हमारा वो ऑटोमेटेड है कि भाई हम उसको ना 3 दिन बाद या 2 दिन बाद एक ऐसे ही मैसेज भेजेंगे. What are the advantages of not having sugar, for example? So that's a neutral thing that we do. Okay, if you avoid sugar, what are the advantages? So that's just one way of reminding them that we are here and not even asking him, भाई लेगा मेरा माल कि नहीं लेगा.
वो message should be, मतलब I have a very simple thing. It should not make them more negative. Neutral रहे तो भी ठीक है, positive रहा तो बहुत ही अच्छा है. मतलब क्रिकेट एनालॉजी अगर बॉल समझ में नहीं आए तो उसको छेड़छाड़ी मत करो, जान दो उसको विकेट पे.
और एक मैसेज और बाद में गया. Listen, rather than calling, maybe just a message why you should trust, let's say, Kiros.
Correct.
तो हमने बताया कि well, Kiros has these accreditations and can be helpful in this. And करके छोड़ दिया.
Correct.
So is it fine or not? I'm just asking.
No, you can do that. See, as long as too much of frequency will deteriorate. Too little frequency, they may consider that you are not caring for them. So finding out that right frequency, that it can be different for different people. Some people expect to be followed up.
Right.
Stuff like that. What you are sending, whatever the frequency you decided, must minimally not piss them off. मतलब मैं नेगेटिव ऐसा नहीं हो कि आपका मैसेज गया और यार ये next time फोन करे, I will not take it. उस चक्कर में नहीं होना. Some people get it. There is a nuance of this. I will come to it when we talk about scaling up. As founders, how do we handle other people doing it differently? I'll come to that. But there is suspect. So 10 of them, the Khadus came back with 15 questions. The other one came back. The rest of them are no. One of them then says, okay, send me मुझे बताओ क्या प्राइस क्या है. तो 4-5 आ गए. So Khadus is a lead, Conjuice is a lead, and maybe someone who asks for money is also a lead. Right? Why they are lead? Because they are responding. So there is an interest in your. Many times in real life situation, such situations are considered as कि आपको customer money चाहिए. And then you are in for a rude shock when it doesn't happen. Actually, TC is going to be my customer. Next week they are going to close the purchase order. आप कहीं पहुंचे भी नहीं हो. The founders are an optimistic lot. So a measured optimism with reality is very important. This I call as conceptually the lead generation. And this is one of the functions of marketing. Marketing does many things, but lead generation is a function of marketing. In B2B, it is very clear to you. You'll always hear the sales guy say, "Give me a qualified lead." You're giving me immature lead, so मैं convert नहीं कर पाऊंगा. And marketing says, "We are giving you good lead. You don't know how to do sales." This fight among sales and marketing always takes place. So it's a good idea to understand as a founder, because you are creating the culture of the company. Khadus calls her, and if she is the head, she will tell everyone, look, as long as they are engaging, don't feel bad. So that company will have that culture. And I don't like Khadus because 50 बार पूछती तो मेरे भी लोग ऐसे जो सवाल पूछ रहे हैं ना, my team will also not start like, because we set the DNA of the company. So it's very important to understand. So this I call as lead generation. Now, you don't know these women what's their budget to buy. Why they are buying? Is it because their friend's brother is selling, or they have an event to go for, or their first salary they want to buy for them? We have no idea. But then you take the next step. We'll do all these things for you. You have a budget आप खरीदने वाली है तब तक किसके लिए? You do that conversation. Say, I'm going for my friend's wedding and I want something different this time. So अब कितना क्या budget है आपका? Whatever you will ask. And let's say you figure out that there is a money to be spent and they have allocated that money. In a large enterprise, if there is a project and there is a requirement for which you have a solution and they have responded to you and clearly communicated that there is a budget, that's a defined opportunity. Many times, this is very clear in Europe because budgets are very formal and they go as per the budget. तो उसका एडवांटेज है क्लैरिटी. उसका डिसएडवांटेज ऐसा है कि उनके बजट में नहीं हो ना, तो आप कितने भी हाथ पे मार लो, इस काम नहीं करेंगे. They'll do all the POC everything. Next year's budget, तो अभी क्यों बुलाया मेरे को 9 महीने पहले? है नहीं? So it's for a founder it's a waste of time. In India, what I have seen is very interesting. So we are used to uncertainty and chaos like no other society in the world. So, now you are a new founder, new company, you go there and you meet someone, आपको किसी ने introduce कराया, all that has happened. I'll go to my boss. यार ये अपने को चाहिए था, ये company मिली है, why don't you get the budget? Now boss may go to CIO, security, wherever it is, finally it'll end up with the CFO. And the company is doing well. If they are a high growth company, they have money, a budget will be allocated. That doesn't happen in Europe. So from a go-to-market strategy also, if you are a large company operating in different geographies, understanding the nuances of the geography is also very important. In the early stages, you may not have a local person there. You may be operating from India, US, whatever it is. You don't know how Kenya operates or how Saudi Arabia operates, but you still have to go with some basic principles. So this is a very important one. If there is a budget allocated, how do they work? Whether it's a good idea to have that conversation, right? So that is what I call it a defined project. Requirement is identified. You are seen as a provider of the solution. Provider of the solution. Okay, that is a defined opportunity. So आपने proposal भेजा, जो भी engagement किया, and there is a competition, you are one of the shortlisted suppliers or vendors. One of the shortlisted. So from defined now you moved into shortlisted. Okay? What happens after shortlisted? Some real life examples.
Negotiations.
किससे होते हैं negotiation?
Competition.
हाँ? हाँ, टेक्निकल कंपैरिजन तो हो गए, लेकिन वहां क्या होता है? समथिंग है. Procurement kicks in. Procurement, people who buy, who write they kick in, and they have to add their value at your expense. Huh? Unless the procurement is your friend, it happens. Let's say you're going to create an enterprise company which is decent. If you create 250 enterprise customers, right? A crore a customer, you create 250 crore company, which is not bad. But all 250 will not be your friends. Some of them will be pain in the neck. Some of them will be very easy. Some of them will do all kinds of things. So the procurement will come. Right? How many of you seen procurement show up suddenly? And they is dealt with Tata Motors and other auto companies. There is a procurement. Now, in some organizations, procurement are the smartest technical people because they're making final calls. So the management or leadership wants the smart people there. So that because all the funnels come, technical people, अब जैसे we are all good, अच्छी story बनाते हैं, हमने किसी technical को गोली पिला दी और वो गया procurement के पास, and we are not as good as we are selling it, we are making it out. Now procurement sorts it out for you, right? So your shortlisted now in front of the procurement. So sometimes वो subsidy का खेल होता है. I don't know whether you come all the way down, but sometimes you stay there, कभी नीचे आता है, घबराना नहीं उसका. You just have to know कि another set of players have come. It's like in cricket, new ball आ गई है, new ball लिए, and now the ball is shining here, different. आपको strategy change. You are selected as a vendor of choice. Can you call it customer or contact to contract हो गया? हाँ हाँ अभी एनरोल आप पहुंचे हो, गोल अभी सामने है, अंदर नहीं गई है बॉल, है नहीं? आप पहुंच चुके हो डी में, खेल रहे हो आप वहां, कुछ भी हो सकता है, बट दिस इज अ गुड थिंग टू हैव, राइट? एंड यू आर अवॉर्डेड इट. Sometimes what is first time founders, those who are not exposed to business development, at least in B2B, some large enterprises, it can be 4 to 6 weeks before you get a purchase order for a contract. आपका एक आधा क्वार्टर निकल जाता है, तो आपने enthusiasm में forecast कर दिया और it is not coming before 30th or 31st, coming middle of next month. So investors, board members will give you credit for closure, but they will feel you are either over optimistic or you don't know how to estimate. Revenue forecasting, I want if I'm investing in a company and the founder CEO, I want that founder CEO to be so slick that when they do an IPO, when the analysts are with them, they still stand. Microsoft was a company out of garage. Infosys was a company out of garage, right? But the founders were so good that they continue to provide estimates. सारा life linear नहीं था मोहनदास पाई के लिए, but they were smart enough to do that, right? So this is very important. It can be 6 weeks. If your IBM is your customer, you should see their purchase order flow system. It probably hits 6 countries. This team will do this here, another team in Hungary will pick up, then some team in Latin America will pick up. 5 दिन IBM does it pretty fast, though it's a global company. From selection to purchase order, IBM is one of the most efficient ones, and so is TCS. But sometimes, I've seen in Tata Motors, you will get it. कहीं जाने वाला नहीं है. 4-5 हफ्ते लग जाते हैं, है नहीं? Minimum 4-5 रखते हैं.
12 signature.
12 ये देखिए, 12 signature. So I don't even, if it is last week of May में मेरे को बताया गया, I don't forecast it for this quarter. आ गया तो अच्छा. So timing of a deal, founders have to learn, and it can vary a little bit here and there. But every business has a time it takes to close. तो आपने अगर परचून की दुकान खोली है, रोज सेल हो रहा है ना, रोज पार्ले जी के बिस्किट जा रहे हैं, चॉकलेट जा रहा है. सो मे बी जो बोलते हैं ना मारवाड़ी में, गल्ले में कितना पैसा सुबह और शाम है. इट्स अ वेरी पावरफुल मेटाफर. कैश इज किंग. सुबह कितना था, शाम को कितना था, 365 days आई एम मॉनिटरिंग इट. वर्सेस आई एम सेलिंग commercial drones for agriculture surveillance in Latin America, Africa and India. वो आपका सेल साइकिल 6 हफ्ता हो सकता है, 9 महीना हो सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है. Understanding the sales cycle, putting it into this piece and then trying to define where it is very important. No, nobody teaches you these things. You have to learn it. I learned it with experience. I didn't want to go in front of my CFO, even if I am the CEO. क्या ये CEO बहुत ही ऑप्टिमिस्टिक है. तो जैसे टाटा मोटर्स का ना, माय CFO, आई टेल हिम कि लास्ट वीक में, so he knows that I have assessed it for next quarter. So if you are in sync with your finance, and in early stage, you may have a chartered accountant on a hired service, right? You will hire a full-time CFO later. Now the chartered accountant needs to have a confidence in you. आप जो your employees need to have confidence. आप बात कर रहे हो टाटा मोटर्स is going to my customer, ICICI Bank is going to my customer, IBM is going to my customer. हो ही नहीं रहा है. And the doubting pharmacists then start questioning you. They will not tell you you are a founder, but ये होना शुरू हो जाता है. But if you exactly define for that, then it's perfectly okay. You get the purchase order. Is that close? Is the contract to contract over?
The sales cycle is just started.
उसके पहले और एक step है.
Providing the service for the product.
All right. I'll give you a real life example. आप थोड़ा और सोचिए, 2 मिनट सोचिए, फिर बताता हूँ क्या हो सकता है. आपको परचेस ऑर्डर आ गया, ठीक है? Exactly. There may be a clause that is not to your liking. So it was not discussed. Font 4 में नीचे clause आ गया है. I'll give you an example. Aditya Birla Group was our very esteemed customer. So we actually resurrected Wi-Fi in Idea Cellular. So when that risk happened, I was telling you about the Wi-Fi attack in Mumbai. The group CIO, Mr. Kumar Mandal Birla, told the CIO, no Wi-Fi any ABG company until we sort this out, security. And if a member company CIO finds a solution that should be implemented in that company, and if it becomes good enough, it should be replicated everywhere else. One of my BITS classmates, and IBM had the system integration contract, and I want to bring some interesting points to you. He called me nearly 30 years after we had graduated. क्या तू वाईफाई सिक्योरिटी करता है? मैंने कहा वही कंपनी बनाई है यार, ये इन्होंने बंद कर दिया और अब IBM ने क्लॉज में साइन कर दिया था कि IBM प्रोवाइड सिक्योरिटी, हमारे पास तो कुछ है नहीं यार, ये मेरे को मंकी हो गया. तो आई सेड तू आप, ही यूज्ड टू लिव इन मुंबई. मैं तो पुणे तेरे को दिखाता हूँ, यहाँ आइडिया का टेक्निकल सेंटर. वी वेंट देयर, वी पुट ऑन आवर डिवाइसेस and this smart guy said, yeah, this will work, man. So cut the story short for you, we got a contract for Idea Cellular, all their offices. 1 year it worked very well. It went to ABG corporate, it went to the CIO, and over next 4-5 years we would get online purchase orders in a routine manner. होता है ना, you get to some place where we went on to their we became a vendor, and any member company wants to buy, will go to the website, see if there is a vendor, price negotiated, we will get orders from all over the place. And I used to get orders from their manufacturing plants, which were in non-discrete places, एकदम backward, कहीं तो भी मध्य प्रदेश में उनका प्लांट है, वहां से कोई डिवाइस, यहाँ से डिवाइस. So मैंने इंडिया के मैप पे सब प्लॉट करना शुरू कर दिए, and that was my slide. Where all you have installation in India, सारा पूरा, क्योंकि छोटे 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 गांव में सब था. अब ये तो मालूम क्या 2 लग रहे हैं, 3 लग रहे हैं. It's not just Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, everywhere else. there was a change in a new guy joined in procurement. And he looked at all the contracts and he wanted to add his value. So he cut down the time when the demerit starts. तो आपको 3 हफ्ते से कलकत्ता में बंगाल में ये प्री जीएसटी के जमाने की बात कर रहा हूँ लॉट ऑफ मैस गेटिंग अ डिवाइस इनटू बंगाल केरला सो वी लिव लॉट उसने सबको 1 हफ्ता में दिया 1 हफ्ता तो मेरे को अप्रूवल लगता है उसमें आने में तो माय सीएफओ अच्छा आई वुड गेट परचेस ऑर्डर पास टू माय सीएफओ एंड पुट माय शीट में डाल के खुश हो रहा हूँ माय सीएफओ कम्स एंड सेज ये आई विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट दिस कंडीशन I am not acceptable. It's a pretty large order. No, what do I call up the CIO? Oh, so really? Yes, this is what they are saying. They say, आपकी purchase order में here to take approval 2 दिन के बाद वो ठीक किया came back. So until your legal person accepts with all the conditions, your purchase is not over because that person is saving you from undue risk as responsibility. So it is very important. हम लोग founders लोग ध्यान नहीं रखते और बाद में वो monkey आ जाता है. So it doesn't happen every time, but it happens in one case when you are in a bad situation. So always do some quick check to see that is good. So any questions here? This is my conceptual framework, okay, and my forecast sheets use this framework.
Well, B2C is much smaller.
हाँ मैं आ रहा हूँ सचिन B2C पे आ रहा हूँ आप देखिए उसको क्या This is your custom creation. So you will see it starts with amber risk because strategy बनाइए क्या होगा. Then you go through -3, -2, and finally when you get a purchase order, it's cool. So that's why I use the blue color. The colors are much better on my laptop than on the. That's what it is. We all should celebrate creating a customer because whole purpose of an enterprise is to create a customer. So when that happens, it's like a baby being born. So that is the level of enthusiasm. In spite of all the, I would say, risk and everything, finally when you get a purchase order, you create a new logo. It's a 2 minutes of real happiness, and then you're back to again कि कितने और create करने. But just enjoy that moment. Never let it go past you. Okay. ये नीचे वाला जो arrow, now you start seeing this arrow. In the beginning, all these stages are in our head. So right from strategy to calling to proposal to ये सब हमारे दिमाग में होता है. And our objective as founder is to take the company from this hodgepodge, which is also working in your mind as founders, to a defined process because your company would have grown. You have one salesperson or you are doing yourself. A year later, you have, if the product business, you have 5 resellers. If it's a service business, you have a salesperson in New Zealand, another in Kenya, third one, a distributor in UK. Now you have a diverse business with diverse cultures. You as a founder, they are looking to. You want to make sure that you are able to. Now the founder goes from innovation doesn't stop, but systems need to come in. Innovation doesn't stop, systems need to start coming in. So sales is all about predictability, forecasting, and the process. So I'm not teaching you how to sell. I'm teaching you organizing sales, right? When it goes from selection to purchase order, there is someone in the customer organization, either in procurement or there is often technical part, there is a techie whose word is final up to the CIO. If that person says नहीं इसको नहीं लेना है बेकार है, तो आप रगड़ करो. But if he or she supports you, you are through. An interesting D2C example I'll give. How many of you have heard of Indigo Paints? You've heard of him. Very successful IPO they did during, I think, 2020. He's our neighbor and our TiE charter. So he was our co-faculty in one of these Taekwondo classes. He was sitting there. So मैंने यहाँ तक लाया, and this influencer नहीं था. He came and said, I will share with you something. So his strategy go-to market was Asian Paints, Nerolac, all these top 3 or 4 guys. Market is growing as 15% because Indians are becoming prosperous. They are repainting their houses more frequently. And there was this club of 4 or 5. And he was way down. Sequoia invested in his company. And his idea was to get into the top, disturb one of them. He decided to not go to big cities. He just go to tier 3 and tier 4. Tuticorin's and Devas and of the country. So he started going at that level. So he said बिहार में एक जगह तो आप घर को पेंट करा रहे हो 5 साल पहले कोई पेंटर बुलाया था आपने उसको बुलाया कि यार ऐसा ये करना है यहाँ वैसा करना and then you say okay, you're a trusted painter वो करेगा. So the painter tells you जैसे ये नया पेंट आया है इंडिगो पेंट बाजार में आप अपनी बार एशियन पेंट मत फिर नेरोलैक को मत. Last minute पे the deal moves away from Nerolac into Indigo paints, or it could go other way around. Influencer, like in Asian paints now, have digitized significantly. Somebody might say, don't go to Indigo paints, we are digitizing. Asian paints will design it for you. Right? Now it moves. Influencers are very, very important. Always a techie. You go in, sometimes you have a contact at the senior level, you start distilling down. People, technically strong people don't like to be told because आप ऊपर से आ रहे हो, आप नीचे से जा रहे हो और आपने उसको, if you don't make that friend, then you have a problem. That person becomes, that influence can be positive and negative based on how you handle it. Sometimes, see, people who are by nature salespeople, they are intuitive enough to figure out कि कौन कहाँ कैसे influence कर रहा है. हम लोगों को मुझे भी कई बार समझ में नहीं आता है. But being sensitive about it कि कौन कहाँ influence कर रहा है. Whether you like it or not, it's your job as a founder because अभी आप नीचे वाले arrow में, you don't have the team for it. Okay, so remember the influencer. This is D2C. So you do demand generation, right? So you take a geography, subset of the market. If I'm creating for example, spas or something, I'll say people of certain income or above or below income. Something, I have some definition of my basket of customers. And then I will use content, physical, digital combination to generate demand. Right? Nature's basket is a good example. Suddenly showed up on and it said we are catering to the top customers. So if I want to buy a good wine, I will go to Nature's basket where their wine collection is not out of the world, but I'll get a good wine there. They're expensive, so they created that. So it's very important to see consumer, how do you reach consumer in this case? And I think you guys probably should share with me. Consumer is either at home or out of. You are moving, you're going somewhere, or you're at home watching TV or on your mobile. You're busy or you're well up, right? So now that is where you have to attack them and create awareness. So it is about demand generation for something. Now you have to select from where you deliver. You can't suddenly deliver all over the country everywhere. You have to pick that location which align with your basket of consumers. And therefore, I think in my opinion, geography plays a more critical role in direct to consumer than B2B. Because in B2B, like you are doing business with Tata Motors, they know your capability and they will do business with you. It doesn't matter whether you are here or there. But B2C mein, location plays a very important role. So you have to figure that out. Select location. I have tried to make it as similar to. See, finally the consumer will buy based on demand generation. So marketing has a role to also bring the consumer to the place of purchase. In B2B, it doesn't. Huh? In B2B, sales closes. In B2B, B2C, my opinion, marketing plays a very important role to bring the sales is about logistics, managing the resellers, distributors, online, Amazon, all of that stuff. But if you are in direct to consumer, talk to someone because this is a growth area. Have some people to help you out if you don't know that. Because if you अगर आप कुछ direct to consumer बेच रहे हो तो आपको ये करना पड़ेगा. Any comments, Sachin, Ashish?
Straightforward.
Very straightforward, but you know, they like to put so that if it's in your mind, it is very easy. I'll give you a different animation of it, which तो influence यहाँ भी होता है. Now I will come to this slide a little bit later. This is your Google form, and you can scan it if you want right now. And this will ask you in the section 1 about your company, what you're doing, is it B2B, B2C, what is your offering, product, service, all of this stuff. You collect that, and then it will start asking you questions on go-to-market. And the questions are quite involved. Well, idea is that you have one place where your go-to-market strategy accumulates. So 6 months, 9 months later, you have grown, and somebody questions, "Sir, how about doing this?" And you have articulated here, positive and negative. There is no, where do you save your go-to-market 1.0, 1.1? It's a good idea to do that. It also helps you during your fundraise or fund re-raise. So my go-to-market was this. Last year when we were raising 1 crore of angel investment, right now I'm looking at early seed of $1 million. That was my go-to-market. Here's what I did. Now, investors think that you are an organized thinker on marketing. See, you are also giving those messages. No? As a founder, all that you do is very important to convey what you're doing. You're not a random, founder. You are a very organized, experienced founder. I'll come back to this if you have not taken it. I'll also. Now, people talk about pipeline. So I've just flipped it over. This is now your leads, right? Leads, qualified lead is a defined opportunity. You agree? Huh? Qualified lead matlab, they want to buy. And they like you, they think you are one of the vendors. And what I'm adding is, you have to have some feel for money. Are they ready to spend? Either they have a budget or they will get a budget. And that conversation, early enough, that conversation is very, very important. Okay. Now, the rest of the 3 phases are the same. Shortlisted, selected, purchase order, work in progress. That's your customer. Okay. This is lead funnel. This is sales funnel. This is your pipeline. What founders do is, किसी से 2 मिनट की बात हो गई, उसको भी pipeline में डाल दिया. 1,000 people at pipeline, तो तुम्हारा revenue 25 लाख की. If I do any maths, अगर आपके basket में अगर 1000 हैं, तो उसमें अगर 5% आपके convert करोगे, right? तो 20 customer, अगर आप 50 लाख पर customer भी ले लो, you ought to be beyond a crore. इसका मतलब आपका जो बास्केट है वो लीकी बास्केट है. Now you raise an investor round, and there are one of the investors, they're all somebody from IIM, very sharp on spreadsheet. How do you define pipeline? अब बताओ ना pipeline ऐसे define करते हैं. They may argue with you, but they know that you thought. And my CFO in Mojo in US always used to tell me, it takes me 30 seconds to read your spreadsheet. Customers, everything. And I would put also define new logo, uh, repeat purchase orders, वगैरह वगैरह, geography, and then नीचे में लिखता था what is expected to close in next 6 weeks. Because I also had there Tata Motors माल आपको पता है, because later quarter में आया, later half of the quarter is there. So he exactly he said 30 seconds. Rest of the sales people around the world, he said, I paid. They're all over the place, and I was the only one who did not use Salesforce because I found it extremely clumsy to use. There is spreadsheet अच्छी थी. So I wanted that level of abstraction. Yeah. So it is important to understand pipeline. Okay. Any question here? Any disagreement with this? I'm doing it different.
B2C version of this? This is more towards the
B2B, हाँ. B2C का अगर आप बना लो तो अपन ऐड कर देंगे उसको.
Probably I have to give it a thought and.
Why don't you give it a thought?
I think one of my he's grouping this top and
Yeah.
notch and defining it. We'll do it and get back to you.
अगर दोनों तो I will put here is a B2C pipeline. Courtesy from नीचे में डाल देता हूँ always from so and so author of the slide.
Work on it.
So first of all, I think I'm also looking for that.
Maybe a one step here and there.
Correct.
Nomenclature change.
Nomenclature change, something like that. Now this is I'll sort of. Here is something very critical. See, product business by and large is channel business. Service business is by and large direct touch. And now, if you look at me, my 25 years were in service, direct touch. 18 years in a classical product. डब्बा है, ये end user price है, ये तुम्हारा margin है. Simple, right? In service business, you may have sales people, you might also have influencers. Somebody is retired, in that ecosystem, and he's like your extended virtual sales person. A very senior person who knows contact, has a good Rolodex, he introduces you, he puts the proposal with you, or have you put the proposal, gets a deal, and you give him 5%, 8%, 3%, whatever it is. In case of a channel, they take the purchase order. Many founders don't understand. Their top line goes up with this. Now I'll give you an interesting example. अब jewelry की बात हो रही है, ठीक है? अब वो खड़ूस कंजूस में सबने jewelry लेंगे. अब उसने किसी one of those girls actually has a brother who has a shop. अब उसने बोला यार मेरी बहन ने खरीदी है, मुझे दिखा ज्वेलरी, तो हम दोनों झोले में लेके ज्वेलरी लेके गए वहाँ, पसंद आया, हमारी शॉप में रखो आप. अब क्या है, वो सिस्टर ने उसको प्राइस बता दी होगी, ठीक है? अब उसका मार्जिन कहाँ से आएगा? वो उस प्राइस में बेचेगा तो आपसे डिस्काउंट मांगेगा. तो अगर आपने 1000 रुपए की ज्वेलरी बेची थी, अब वो सिस्टर तो नाउ he or she will sell it at 1000 and expect margin from you. Now you have to give margin from that 1000 रुपये की आपकी प्राइस सेट हो गई. अब आपको 10% देना है, तो your revenue now is coming from there. Day 1, minute 1, minute 0, decide your end user price, MRP, partner margin. Partner margin of two types. If there is a distributor likely to be involved, if there is a reseller likely to be involved. So, 1000 रुपए की जगह आपको 1300 रुपए में बेचना है, तो भी ठीक है. तो 1300 आपकी सिस्टर से 1300 ले लिए, उसने अपने ब्रदर को बताया, आप दुकान में गए और 1300 रुपए में कस्टमर बेचेगा, आपका मार्जिन कितना है? 25%, 30%, आपका 1000 रुपए आ गया. वैसे भी वो जो सिस्टर को डायरेक्ट बेचा, वो तो मतलब इट वाज ए this thing. But if you're expecting 1000, jack it up. Second thing, home market price and international price. Founders sometimes feel guilty of talking about this because छोटी company है, but your pricing has to be set right now. Third part, Are you a premium price player or a affordable price player? Now, I want to have a little bit of a conversation here. How would you position?
Based on the target customers, product or service we are aiming the audience.
Correct. So, आपका अगर basket of customer affordable चाहता है, हाँ? fancy jewelry नहीं चाहता है, तो उसका ऐसे होगा. Let me give you a slightly different example. Established ethnic jewelry. Jewelry की बात करें तो मैं थोड़ा versus fine jewelry. Now, fine jewelry and after I think the women here will say the modern women वो लोग 50 तोले का मंगलसूत्र है या वो बना के कि मेरे पास 25 तोले सोना है. People are not doing that. People are going a little more refined and they are paying for design, right? So, what I have observed, and this is a general observation to many founders feel that by positioning low price, they will get the order. Correct. He is already not saying no. I have seen so many pitch decks. This is the market. We are pitching it at this price. Now you are labeled as low quality in उनके दिमाग.
Yes.
You position it.
So बहुत सोच के positioning कीजिए. The second thing is, it is possible that you are really attaching low price mass market. Let's say you're a very smart entrepreneur. I'll give you an example a little bit later. Smart entrepreneur, you want to do that. Because your unit economics is small, you will need a large amount of upfront capital to build the business. Nothing wrong with the business. You will have to put focus on building money. So low price product businesses require capital upfront. B2B businesses, you may need the same 100 crore, but when it is needed, depends on your pricing and position. तो अभी 20 करोड़ रेज करो, 25 लाख, 1 लाख, 50 लाख का एंजल से मांग रहे हो और आप लो प्राइस, यू नीड 40 मिलियन कस्टमर्स टू बी, नहीं होगा. वो इन्वेस्टर इमीडिएटली ये हो जाता है कि आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी गलत. So it's very important. Other thing I would say is, if you have a truly superior product and you have an established company as a competitor, what would you do? Let's take Bombay shaving. Gillette is an established 98% market dominance, and they give you a razor for whatever 100 rupees or 200 rupees, and then the blades you buy, they are expensive, right? So what would you do? Suppose आपने अगर रेजर लाया तो कैसे करोगे आप? किस प्राइस पे डालोगे? जिलेट से ऊपर, जिलेट से नीचे, जिलेट के बराबर? That sounds logically true, but you will get a nasty shock.
The product wise Gillette से ऊपर and price code wise almost
Gillette के बराबर.
That's fit to customer because they are getting the better thing in better price.
Initially Gillette के बराबर, and if you capture the market through Gillette.
I'm not convinced. I'll give you examples. I'll give you real life. I tell you, when you are not known, right? Now you want to leave an impression in that customer's mind. What impression do you want to leave? Huh? ये बहुत सही है, नहीं है लेकिन बहुत सही है. I don't want to buy anything else. Right? That's what you want to do. Price is one mechanism to convey that message, and a mechanism to take you seriously. So we were more expensive than Cisco and Aruba. We were more expensive than Cisco and HP. If you take your price, we were more expensive. They're not like twice the price, but they're more expensive. But in Bombay shaving, the razor, that kit that he brought out with a blade, razor, little bit of a towel, some Bollywood, this thing, all that tamjham, 3,000 rupees. Not 65 rupees, not 100 rupees, not 200 rupees, 3,000 rupees and 20% discount. So can you imagine people who were paying less than 200 started buying a 3,000 rupee kit? कुछ तो भी नया था ना? It came with a bang. That this is, I'm aspiring for it. Apple is a good example of that.
Exactly.
Apple is a very good example. If you open Bombay Shaving का first year का जो box है, most customers say this is Apple of shaving. That's the message founder left. So I'm saying, I'm not saying go this way or that way. A counter example. Jio internet is the cheapest. You have 80,000 crore in the bank. You can do a lot of things. Most of us don't have it. Right? So we're going to find our way up the ladder. My personal experience in TCS. When I started selling software services, I never positioned cheap. Never. In fact, हमारे head office में खलबल मच जाती थी मेरा proposal देख के. I don't want to quote lesser than what the secretary had said. I have a master's in computer science. We are competing with Berkeley PhDs. We are not selling cheap. We're selling quality. I never had an issue on that. Americans paid for it. But I was not charging like $350 an hour for an average program. I would charge 160, 170, which was unknown at that time. But we were doing very well. In Mojo, I said, look, you're getting two things. You're getting a driver and a cop together in the same box. So if Cisco sells it for 700, I'm selling it for 1200. My per feature price is 600. दो दे रहा हूँ ना आपको. So think hard on the reason I'm bringing it out so much. I would say 90% pitches, TiE University, TiE Women, Nurture, all application, angel investment. Somehow it has gone into our DNA in founders कि मैंने सस्ता किया, competitor के equal किया तो मेरे को धंधा मिलेगा.
Value selling.
Correct. Think hard on it. Be a little more audacious and put it. Even Indians will pay. We've got good money for our radio engineers. They would give us only 25% discount on the international price. That's it, cost of living adjustment. Because that Wi-Fi engineer, they haven't seen anyone like that. They would want to deliver value. So positioning is very important. Pricing is reason I'm saying is आपको 5 customer create करने पड़ते हैं उतने पैसे लाने के लिए शुरुआत में. In the beginning, every penny matters. Every penny matters. So think hard. I'm not saying I would do it like this. You may have a different. He's running wellness. He's running engineering. You are running something. You're running something. Have a solid discussion on pricing and premium pricing. Okay. We had this discussion, right? Yeah. Huh? Sister ke dukaan mein, you went there, now you got shortchanged. So you have to make sure that this is a classical mistake. अच्छा इसके पीछे dynamics कैसा होता है? अब आपको 1000 के 900 रुपए मिल रहा है, ठीक है? आप दुखी हो, घर जाके आप अपने ब्रदर को या सिस्टर को या ब्रदर इन लॉ को बताते हैं. And they are very classical people. अरे ये बीच वाले जो रीसेलर होते हैं साले वो मार्जिन खाते किसानों को तो कितना मार रखा है. So they influence your mind even worse. ये बीच the middlemen are bad. How will you do business in Kenya, in Saudi Arabia, in Egypt? I'll give you an example. I had a call on a Saturday from Egypt, Vodafone Egypt. I've heard something good about your devices, and so मैंने उसको proposal दिया. I sent him a device, and he said, look, don't expect the device to come back. Egypt से कोई भी चीज बाहर निकालना is like getting blood out of stone. But he use करो, he liked the thing, and he asked me, how do you know? Do you have a? I don't know anyone in Egypt. Can you suggest me a reseller? Because I want to. If you have trusted people, show it. Show me. I talk to them. He gave me 3 of them. One of them I chose, and we did a lot of business in Egypt. Narrow deal. Equity Bank is like an ICICI Bank of Kenya. I talked to the CIED. I said, sir, please give me a reseller. Now the reseller. Now resellers are. See, your partner is another thing I would say. Your partner has to make their living off your offering, if not fully, partly. So there are Cisco channels in our area. There are people who sell Cisco by part number, and they live their life selling Cisco. There are people who do Salesforce, just live their life. Sometimes I am, मेरा जो classmate है ना, वो वहाँ न्यूयॉर्क में बैठा हुआ है, on a best effort basis वो बेचेगा. He's not your partner. He's not your partner. Your partner is someone who's selling your product. Who's selling your product, he's putting time and money into it. That is the thing. So it's very important to make sure that if you're how many of you have product business, by the way? How many of you have a product business? Partner बहुत जरूरी होता है. झगड़ा मत करो partner. What they do is they bring you more deals. See, I gave you $40,000 for one deal, corporate offer done. You need large number of such small deals to accumulate business. That means you need 1,000 hands to sell. At the same time, I put in like, let's say Ashish hires me as a sales consultant. I spend 15 hours working on the proposal. It may be $5 million deal. वही के वही 15 hours मेरे को $15,000 मिलेंगे. So I need many of these, and partners are necessary. Okay. Spend time on partners. The other thing which I would say is there are. So, and I will send to him the link where my notes are there. These are all in a PDF note, so that if you have to refer to it, you don't have to worry about taking pictures of the slides and all that. So, home market, for example, let's say Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, Kanpur, Lucknow only is your home market. You don't need a distributor. You can do directly, right? You have to sell it in Maharashtra, maybe you need a distributor. Maybe India is your home market. You have to sell outside, that's why you need a distributor. Distributors do 2 things. They build resellers for you, you don't build. My Kenya distributor did build resellers in Kenya and several South African countries. My reseller in Egypt introduced me to a district, call him distributor, who did Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and all that. Second thing they do is they will pay you. They will not have to, you don't have to worry about getting it from the customer. Middle East, you're not paid by invoice, right? They'll pay you bulk. In the United States, they'll pay you by the invoice. So you don't want to get into these dynamics. Treasury, foreign exchange, custom duty, all kinds of things a distributor takes. You'll also pay the warehouse, pay a hardware product. So where it is a 2-tier, where it is a 3-tier, ये भी आप सोच लो. You may not have sales experience, but you decided to become a founder, ना? अभी सीखना पड़ेगा आपको. So for Mojo Networks, we had defined in the beginning India and United States as home markets, and everything else international. So we had 3-step internationally and 2-step in India and US. But that was our decision. You can decide. India itself is a very large market, where I've seen people having this. Chennai ka dynamics अलग है, Delhi ka dynamics अलग है, Mumbai ka dynamics अलग है. Depending on what you're offering, it's very important. Channel strategy is very critical, along with go-to-market strategy for classical product business. And you must have seen Ashish Ringer for Ryan. Yeah.
How many channels are too many?
The question is, how many channels are too many channels? थोड़ा patience का game होता है. 20% of your channels will get you 80% business. है ना? ये रियलिटी ऑफ लाइफ है. अगर आप पहली बार कर रहे हो, पहले 3 चैनल ने आपको 0 दिया, अब आपका चैनल में बिलीफ ही खत्म हो गया. अभी गोल्ड स्टार तो आया ही नहीं है. तो इफ यू क्रिएट 10 channels, 2 of them will kick in. There will be some who will bring deals once in a while. बाकी will be sleepy channels. तो सबको रखना होगा. But after a while, you will start getting कि कौन कितना business ला रहा है. So you work your go-to-market sales strategy with them, and then you decide how many channels. You can, if you have sometimes what happens is some of the companies, there is a budget freeze from the international, right? You need a person, the channel will hire you. So they will hire an engineer and you give extra discount. It happens all. So these are some smart business innovations you can do. Okay. The trick in channel is to make sure that they can speak like you as a founder. आप हर जगह पे जा नहीं सकते हो. दिल्ली में टेंडरिंग होती है, and folks in Delhi, the government honchos don't care whether you can take it. कल bidder conference है. अब every time I can't come from Pune. So we had one reseller who articulated our value proposition as good as we founders. So we used to, so the system also got to know that this is a reseller, but he's as good as it. So some of them who are very smart, very dedicated, you have to transform your, and sometimes they might do better than you also. But building that channel who will articulate like you is very important. And not all of them will do, some of them will, they will bring you contacts. बाकी सब आपको करना पड़ेगा. So some founders have seen, they'll complain, यारे कमीशन तो मांगते हैं, कुछ करते नहीं है, मैं तो तुमको कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लाके दिया है, तुम्हारे पास ये 10 कस्टमर होते ही नहीं. अगर you don't have those contacts, the guy has got you the contact, close the deal, share the spoil and move on. So sometimes you have to be these are value added. Very interesting. Value added distributor. I've seen in Europe, I've seen in South Korea, they will pick startups from Silicon Valley who are potential. And they know that these companies are going to follow out a firewall in our Mojo networks. They spot these upcoming technology companies. And they'll put an engineer, they'll do marketing, they'll do branding, in the hope that you will not give them only 3% or 5%, you will give them 15%. That's for them. You grow and they will tell you, yeah, you're going to bring down my margin. Why don't you look for so-and-so? I'm picking this company, new startup has come from California, which is now there. So there is a breed of these companies who will do business, compete against the best, but they expect more commission. So play with them. Because if they bring you, there are people in Germany who will do business in Russia. The Germans are there, they know Russia very well, large market. You deal with a German, do that. He'll also tell you AMC doesn't work in Russia. So whatever is your failure rate, add that to the price, device yahan se bhej deenge. And they do it very well. So these are value added distributors. Sometimes companies will proxy you at an early stage. They will behave like they are you. And then they'll move out. So international business for products, if you are in that space, good idea to think through all that. जब मेरे सामने सब आना शुरू हुआ, I became very sensitive that मुझे सारी चीजें आती नहीं है. So I started with Vedishan करके हमारा, I closed him in UK as a distributor. Their CEO was very good. I had 2-3 dinners with him. He'd been in business for value-added networking for like 20-30 years. तो मैंने मुझे सब समझाया मुझे क्या करना है. He'll tell me जापान में ऐसा करो, इसमें ऐसा करो, Saudis में डिस्काउंट मत दो because they consider it their insult, stuff like that. So he taught me a lot of things. Pick someone who has done business and build it up. Don't do it without thinking. And this is lot of this is for products. You have a reseller, so आपका offering है, you give them a margin and they sell it. They take the purchase order and you get purchase order from the reseller. Otherwise, it's a consultant. Remember, you don't pay consultant 15, 20%, 30%. You pay consultant a smaller one. Right? Very important. Then you have system integrators. This is what I think Ashish is doing, where he builds a solution for, let's say, Tata Motors. So it is possible that Tata Technologies or TCS is the prime vendor, and they bring Ashish's company as a specialist provider. Now, that relationship is very different than somebody selling your box. That's the second part. White labeling. Siemens, I'll give you some interesting examples. There's a company called Colubris Networks. I'm just giving you these examples for you to know how things can happen. So when Wi-Fi was building, like there were companies who were building enterprise Wi-Fi. Colubris out of Boston built service provider Wi-Fi. So all the big telcos were buying their this. And somebody asked him about security, and the CEO didn't know that there was security, and he found out about us. He called us up. And so me and our co-founder went to Boston, conducted a 2-day course for their engineering team on security. And they said, can you do one thing? Give us your boxes, we'll put Colubris on it. White labeling. So that's one format. Colubris was acquired by HP. So when HP opens a Colubris box, it finds Mojo networks. During the consolidation of networking industry, there was a company called 3Com. HP acquired 3Com. 3Com was a white label for one of our MSNE security system. उसको खोला उन्होंने, नीचे फिर Mojo did. So they realized that this company specializes in wireless security. So HP came to us directly. And then we had the whole HP's global partner ecosystem completely. So I used to deal with their head of Europe, and he would call me, come for this conference, can you give a talk here, can you give a talk there? The arms are thousands and way wider than any founder can imagine. Even an experienced founder like me, I could not imagine. And they would sell in spite of HP's boxes were not very great, but they would sell. So it's very important to understand these kind of things. Many times founders only want to do white labeling, strategic. आपका brand suffer होता है फिर. Your brand will suffer. HTC, I don't know how many of you remember HTC phones. HTC was a white label for many of the phones, and they did it for so long that when they brought their own brand, they couldn't survive. So brand building is a very different beast than building a white label. So if you want to build your own brand, right? If you want to climb K2 or Mount Everest, there is a risk. But if that's what you want to do, then don't become a white label. Okay, so very important.
After that question.
Sure.
It's right to ask at this point in time or not. Why did you sell off the company?
I tell you what, we were not a full networking company. Gartner put Wi-Fi in the networking bucket. So we had a choice to go to mobile and all that and create a Wi-Fi wireless company or create networking. Now, we felt that networking was 35, 40 years. We'd need about $300 to $500 million of fundraise. And there's no need to do that.
It was a conscious decision, or it was because you were,
So we also,
going back, that's why you...
No, money was not. I think most of these times, money comes, money is an byproduct. byproduct. मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ यार आप सक्सेसफुल हो, आपको 300 करोड़ मिले, 500 करोड़ मिले, तो एक्स्ट्रा 200 करोड़ का किसी को हवा नहीं आती कि क्या करना है. So it's about also which stage in our life we were as founders and stuff like that. We have done a very tough battle for 18 years, creating a company, Silicon Valley style company out of India, complete sales marketing team in US, VCs in US, founders in India. I mean, there is too many risks we have taken. We came quite good there. So Broadcom actually put us in touch with Arista. So Broadcom knew our devices. Broadcom CEO told us, Jay Shiva, that this is one company you want to look at.
Good buyout kind of a thing.
Exactly. So we did that. Maybe if I were 50 years, 30 years younger, maybe I would say, let's build $1 billion. So it's again a very individual call, but it's not money oriented, also market oriented. Okay. Any other question? So understand relationship of channel with you. So channels are also simple reseller who's selling your box in Devas and Coimbatore and Nairobi to a Accenture who will integrate your stuff to build a solution. All of these are especially for technology. Now scaling methods, I want to share something with you here. More use cases, government as a market. Many times founders go to government in the beginning. Government is a very expensive market to play into. थोड़ा पैसा होना चाहिए तब जाके आपको government खेल सकते हो. So it's very important to when to play government is very, very important. White labeling, we talked about it. New offering, withdraw a product. We talked about withdrawing a product and creating this thing. So most important in a competition, it is not only about winning against the competition, but narrowing down competition's option. It should get to a point where they walk away from the deal when you are there. So sports में होता है ना, विराट कोहली और यशस्वी जायसवाल comes, or when Bumrah, Jimmy Anderson are humming, यार आउट हुए चले गए, इसके सामने तो अपने को मुश्किल है खेलना, right? If you have to target tactics, don't rejoice कि मैं इसको हराया. They should go away from the table when you arrive to play the deal. That should be your stated or unstated objective. And so very interesting, one of our very large competitors, they knew they don't have the security because we had patents and we had invented it. So whenever there was a clear-cut requirement for security in the device, they would not even bid. They would walk away. But they were so big, and so our team started getting, you start feeling good, na? Oh, Cisco, na? They no proposal दिया ही नहीं है. मैंने कहा वो in a casino he's playing on 1,000 table, हम 100 table पे खेल रहे हैं. तो बोलता है तो 100 पूरे जीत ले यार, मेरा कोई problem नहीं. So we have also achieved, but they have also achieved. So it's important.
Wasting the resources.
Without wasting resources. But they, football और हॉकी में कैसा होता है ना, आप और कबड्डी is a good example. आप उनको पीछे जाते हो और जितनी आपकी सांस रहेगी उतने आप उनको पीछे करके बाहर आते हैं. So that fight you need to have and you need to instill in your team. Put a price on your loss. Put a price on that. We will not lose. I did not lose a single deal to Cisco and HP whenever there was an open market. Not a single. We didn't go there without. And if I saw anything which was not professional, walk away from the deal. There are times where it happens. People get bought out and all that. So you don't play. But when you play to win. Sales का बहुत जरूरी है. I'm not here to lose. I'm here to win. और ये आपको, this will be seen by the customer. Not aggressive arrogance, but a confidence. Other thing I must share with you, if you are new and a senior executive in a large potential customer is taking risk on your behalf, that person is risking her or his career. Because if you fail in his peer circle, they're going to start dinging you. He brought this thing, mass, CFO complaint, so they're taking a risk. So you have to, but if he succeeds, he goes up the ladder. These are risk takers, they are very different influencers. So always be sensitive about it. Sometimes we lose track of these dynamics. what is competition?
Some player which has similar offerings like you, which can satisfy the same need or solve the same problem for the customer.
Anybody else? Fair enough. That's what happens. What else? Sochi?
And at a similar price probably.
Placement for you in a sense.
Or if
People with those who are selling substitute products.
और अर्ली स्टेज कंपनी की कंपटीशन है जो आप जो बोल रहे हैं ये बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज के हैं वो आपको जानते हैं आप उनको जानते हो यू नो अर्ली स्टेज फाउंडर के लेकिन पड़ों की दुकान तो है अभी अभी नहीं लगाई बहुत पहले से आप अपनी जो हम लोग मैं और सचिन जो बेचने निकले थे 10 जो खड़ूस और कंजूस हमारी कंपटीशन क्या
Sir, Bible.
The established player is
उसको क्रॉलरी करता हूँ that you are not established. So your first competition is yourself, and I'll tell you the reason for that. उनको मालूम ही नहीं है कि मेरी फ्रेंड के ब्रदर है उन्होंने ज्वेलरी शुरू की है and maybe she knows us as engineering students so she doesn't associate jewelry making with us and जानती भी होगी हाँ भाई है इंजीनियरिंग में पढ़ता है वो ब्रदर है they don't associate with that is risk averse मैंने बोला था ना शुरुआत में टेक्नोलॉजी early adopter of technology if they are scared they will not buy from you that's your second competition technology adoption laggards who look at everybody else. And interesting, in software, especially or BPO, insourcing. So what has happened now in large companies, they have figured out the IT services business. हम लोग हैं स्मार्ट लो प्रोसेस डालो प्रपोजल दो मैनेजमेंट है वो यार ये सब इनके लिए क्यों कर हम अपने आप करते हैं So some of the Indian large corporates are now moving into insourcing. So if you're a service business, that's your competition. So competition has more dynamics than logos. And you need to be aware of it. Possibly, when we did in the beginning, Cisco was really didn't consider as a competition until we became big. तो हम we were ourselves the competition. कोई जानता नहीं था मुझे जानते होंगे लेकिन बाकी लोग नहीं जानते थे. So you use that's very important. If you win against a credible, a good enterprise, good this thing against the competition, आपकी reputation ऊपर जाएगी. Pick your battles wisely. Shivaji is a good example. Shivaji never fought a battle that he had a chance of not winning. He was a very master strategist. And he was a disruptor. He actually brought in the guerrilla warfare because he knew he didn't have the numbers to fight Aurangzeb. So surprise attack from behind, brutal, middle of the night when they were boozing, that's how he started winning. He put in Navy, he put naval operations. So, but he knew that I will not be able to win this battle because इसको no-go कर दो, है ना? No-go strategy Shivaji is more powerful. So it's very important to pick your battle wisely. No-go in early stages. Like I was saying, let's not go to education institute. Go there out to be much job. There are 5 enterprises. So it's very important to understand competition beyond logos. Okay. This is something I want to share with you. See, this is, I think, sometime in September. I jog between 6 to 9, 10 kilometers. Once in a while, I go up to 11 kilometers. I clock about, on an average, 125 kilometers a month. Come 2nd October, I would normally not jog but walk. In difference to Mahatma Gandhi, whose principles I find very disruptive and very good. Within a walker, Gandhi was a very big walker. Gandhi March, all of you know about that. सो मैंने सोचा ये 15 किलोमीटर 30 किलोमीटर क्या करना है, कुछ थोड़ा बड़ा करते हैं. Let's do 42 kilometers. Now, what this is exactly saying, I am 50 lakhs and I want to go to 15 crore. कैसे करोगे, क्या करोगे, कहाँ से आएगा? This, you're already mind. I mean, I can see, all the great minds starting to kick, right? I'll tell you some. So Pune, while it is a big city, if you're dotting 42 kilometers, you really आपको मतलब सारी परिक्रमा ही करनी पड़ती है सिटी की, तब जाके. तो there was a part of me which my sister lives in South Pune, so in my map she was about 28 kilometers. तो मैंने उसको बोला कि मैं वॉक करूँ, everybody, मत करो, पैर दुखे. All the standard great love and care came as don't do it. So I told her I was going to do it 2nd October morning. I left in the afternoon and I said, look, when I reach you, I would have clocked 28 kilometers. नींबू का पानी तैयार रखना, मैं सिर्फ 3 मिनट रुकने वाला हूँ. So I'll come there because I'm walking right outside your complex. I don't know what she was expecting. So उसने अपने दिमाग में भरा हो अपना बड़ा भाई है, he's not like 30-year-old and all that. So moment she opened the door, she, like jubilant to see me. मैं तुझे क्या लगा कि मैं ऐसे आऊँगा? I mean, I figured this out. Figured this out. I was strong leg. I know I can do it. Yes, it's 4 times, 5 times more. But she said, no, 5 minutes better. So I came out. I think this was born here first. This was born here first. So there is a class, Sachin, which Anand teaches, which is scale up. So you don't extrapolate from here. You think endpoint, work backwards. Because extrapolation ऐसे काम करता है, ऐसे नहीं काम करता. So you want to do something seriously big, you have to do very different. Steve Jobs, good example. He understood computing has come to personal devices, right? So he continued to make laptop. He brought that छोटा music वो क्या था वो लाया, iPod लाया था. Then he introduced iPhone. So उसके दिमाग में था कि this is going to be a bigger thing. And he thought through it completely. Not everything he thought through it. His engineers who also brainstormed with him. And Mr. Kohli said in 72, software will drive hardware before anybody else knew. So we're going to be big there. So think the endpoint and work backwards. And we actually teach a class on this. How do we do that? So I think sometime, with growth stage companies.
Next masterclass on.
I think we should do it. So that is what I did. And I'll tell you why 1st of October, not 2nd of October. 2nd of October, my wife's Adi, and both of them were going to this Tulsi Bagh to Lakshmi Road to do some shopping because her son was getting married. So I told her, why are you picking 2nd of October? Well, I'm walking that day. So he said, गांधी जी ने ये कब बोला था कि तुम 2nd अक्टूबर पे वॉक करो? आपको हमारे साथ चलना है, तो आप 1 अक्टूबर को जाओ. So I walked on 1st of October. 2nd October, I was with them. And I'm very keen to see the hustle bustle of business. So I was pretty fine with it. But from here to next year, you have to visualize after 42-kilometer walk. You have not done it, but you have to visualize. The next year was 50 kilometers. I'll tell you the difficulty of it, and also extrapolation. We did, now we were kind of 42 kilometer achieved, everything happened. Next year was 42 kilometer. One of our charter members' wife, she was turning 50 on October 2nd. So 42 की वो 50 करते हैं ना, that's my birthday. तो टेम्पो में हमने बोल दिया 50, हाँ 42 50 भी कर लेंगे, एक्स्ट्रापोलेट कर रहे हैं. Last 2 kilometers was hell. Because we had boils, I had not taken care of that. So sometimes even small ones can be difficult, but that was extrapolation. First one was a different one. So scaling, के लिए, if you're thinking of non-linear scaling, big time scaling, what this is my last or maybe a couple of slides, that's it. What would it take for the jump to take place? When you're doing a big this thing, ना, तो आपको उस zone में जाना पड़ता है, उसके बगैर होता नहीं है. Business model आपका क्या रहेगा? It's possible that you have mix and match. You know, you have products which will not get you there. You want to jump those whole lot of things that which will. You have to visualize yourself as that company and its team and everything, and you have to. Professor Ashok Porwal, he forces people to paint a picture. No Excel, no document. You actually paint. I don't know painting. I'm bad here. I'm a percent to the power -1. So a better outfit भी कुछ ना कुछ लिखो. So you take yourself into that. What are your constraints today? Maybe resource is a constraint, policy constraint, resource constraint, all of these things. But one thing he said which has struck my mind, your mind is the only constraint. If you decide to do something, it can happen. So mind is the only constraint. Team building, Goruma. Now all that we have talked today can be part of your strategy. Can be part of your strategy. Any questions here? There is a full day class on this. So I've abstracted it to one slide. So there's a full day class. We have now brought it down to 3 hours. That's what. So it's a conversation between both of them. For example, how do you organize a board? Founders are there. Aapki company badi ho gayi hai. Is there a board? Do you have advisors? All of this, whole lot of things comes in. I'm sure Ashish, you would have gone through some of those stuff, you know. Yeah, I'll show you something very interesting here. My understanding of when we were in TCS, in the early stages, our CEO always used to say we're in the problem-solving business. We solve problems around software, right? So, in the 60s and 70s, when computer innovation was happening around mainframe, people were moving from one platform to another platform to third platform, and those kind of projects became the vogue. So IBM to Burroughs to Data General to digital, large number of projects went. And they were technically challenging, but function-wise, there was nothing. We built that team. From there, we went to programming, to life cycle, to build, and there were some major events happened like Y2K, currently built, and that's what it is. When I took over Tech Mahindra, the company was about 32 crore, 1% profit. And there was no vision, nothing, to a point where both the chairmen got together saying either close it or change it. So I was hired to change it. And then I realized that I need to focus on one piece. Otherwise, I had no chance to compete with like Wipro, TCS. They were all over the place. So मैंने बोला इसको ही करेंगे. Night aspect in the market. I said I will not go to telecom equipment manufacturers because they would sell it to service provider and they would take the margin. So I have life cycle systems, life cycle, focus on telco. 5 years took the company from 32 crores to 550 crores. Now, would I do it today in the telco market? I don't know, but that time that strategy made sense. Okay. Going forward, if I had stayed there, I would have changed my strategy. Couple of acquisitions came my way, but I said we are not mature enough to acquire a company. But 5 years later, Tech Mahindra acquired Satyam. The company had become bigger. So some of these things are very, very important. If you see, IBM has stayed in computing all its life. 90 years of tabulators is from mainframe computers, mini computers, open source services, all about computing. If you look at Microsoft, very interesting. Infrastructure software is the operating system. They brought out the first MS Word came on Apple computer. And they had a what we call a white label deal with IBM for the DOS operating system, but they took the same operating system and rebranded it as MS-DOS and made it open. Right? They put a user interface around it, made it Windows. So if you see, they have closed Azure also. It's an infrastructure software. SQL database was infrastructure software. It's only last 10 years that they've got Microsoft Dynamics and few other things. It's a world. So they stayed close to their strategy for nearly 30 years. So we have to understand when we look at these companies and look at net, we have to go deeper to see what they did right, because of which where they are right. Microsoft products were never top quality. They were always better operating system, better, everything was better than them. But these guys put, affordable and large channel network. So that was very important. Very, very, these are good studies to. Right? We call it category creator. There is an interesting category creator here, and that is an NPCI. So categories need not always be profit. You could also have a public initiative like this. So you don't know how far will you go. Maybe you are destined to create an IBM or a Microsoft or a TCS or something. You don't know what you're destined to create. But those smart baby steps will take you there. Okay? I think we'll stop here now. Any questions, any comment, anything? बहुत ज़्यादा डोज हो गया ना?
Enough to chew on.
Enough to chew on. But it makes you think. Makes you. And by the way, I was telling Ashish and Sachin that all of this material is. I shut myself from Google completely. I don't look at any internet when I'm building a poster. Then I go and check it out with Stanford, Harvard, IIM, what they are saying, what we are saying. And with your experience, you do a pretty good job. Stanford seed program doesn't have any of these things. So first time, early stage entrepreneurs, literature in nahi. So that's what we are getting. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the engaging and insightful discourse, sir. The session was definitely very enriching, and I'm confident that the participants have gained some invaluable experience. I'd now like to request Dr. Nida Fatima ma'am to please present our esteemed guests with a memento as an expression of our gratitude and inexplicable bond that we have forged together. Please put your hands together for Dr. Nida Fatima ma'am, Mr. Kiran Deshpande sir, and Ms. Simran Sani ma'am.
Thanks a lot.
Raviji, can I request you to give a small small token of regard to the small memento which is personalized in your name? You might as well want to open it. So that people see It's a personalized organizer with your name, yeah? Very good. And a diary with your name and photograph. My God. This is done by one of our charter members. The name of the Shashank Manchandani and Enterprise Creation. They are into personalized gifting. Creative place. Thank you very much.
We also have a memento for Ms. Simran Sani ma'am to acknowledge her presence. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, to deliver the closing remarks, I would like to welcome Mr. Ashish Kaul, sir, to the podium, the immediate past president of TiE Lucknow. Please put your hands together for sir.
First of all, of course, I'd like to thank Kiran for being here, for taking the time, and coming all the way from Pune to share his experience, his expertise with us all. And see, learning is something that we do continuously, lifelong. No matter how much experience we have, how much success we achieve in life, I think learning is a continuous process for everybody, and one should continue to learn, because the day we decide that we know it all is the beginning of the end. So thank you, Kiran, so much. Thank you all for being here. I'm sure you are going to take away a lot, and more importantly, apart from what you've learned here, you probably, it will give rise to more questions within you, so that you'll seek out more and learn more in future. Some questions that may have, arisen out of the discussions that happened today, and the learning that happened today. And early stage entrepreneurs, as Kiran also pointed out, there is very, very little literature available. It's a very lonely journey to be a founder at an early stage, and anything and anybody who can help an early stage founder, I think, is more than welcome in the ecosystem. And we should all, at least, and then the charter members, the experienced members amongst us, I think, should make it a point to pay it forward and share our learnings with early stage founders. And I think that's it. I think that's all I have to say today. So thank you again, and of course, thank you Integral for hosting us, and thank you to the sponsors for the gifts and all the other support that we've received. Thank you all.
Just one little announcement here. One quick little dipstick study that I want to have here. If you think this was a good class that you had, a deep master class, that deep dive study that you had, do you think you will be interested in the next level master class, where there'll be a master trainer coming down from TiE, would be talking about how to scale your business? All right, you have an idea, you worked around that idea, you created an enterprise around it, you built a commerce around it, started it. But now the next stage is where you want to scale it to next level. And scaling is another art, another ball game altogether. And that's a separate class altogether. Do you think you would want to, I know not everybody may be interested, but do you think you'll be interested? If yes, can I have a raise of hand so that we know next we want to invite? So I think almost 50, maybe more than 70% people want a scale-up class. If anybody class चाहिए, yeah, like 3 hours is good enough for you guys. If anybody होनी चाहिए. All right. So maybe we have a quick dipstick study and thank you for responding back and staying here till the end. That's very commendable. A big round of applause for your own self. Thank you. We are done with it. I mean, you're free bird now. And yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please stand in your places for the national anthem.
Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Gadavanta, Vindhya, Himachal, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchala, Jaladi, Taranga, Tava Shubha Name Jage, Tava Shubha Ashish Mange, Gane Tava Jaya Gatha, Janagana Mangala Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya 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 He.
Thank you. I have a very long word of thanks written, but I can see that the audience is getting very impatient. I would just like to express my gratitude for all the concerned stakeholders for their cooperation, dedication, support, and invaluable advice. Thank you for your time and attention, and have a wonderful day ahead. Audience, please assemble on the stage for the group photograph, and then your